Good day and good evening, and welcome to Clip Review Stream with me, Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Basically every time we have had a tea time or a walk and talk stream, the intent has been that, like, at some point, usually like the latter half of the stream, we review some clips. And what often happens is I spend 90% or more of the stream not reviewing any clips, which of course means that some of you have posted clips to me and I have time to like review 3 or 4 of them. But there's usually more than 3 or 4 that are posted since the last time, which of course leads to the situation where I'm like, alright, so you now have 2 clips because I didn't review your last one and now you post another one. Which one would you prefer that I check out? Things like that, which then of course just piles on. But today, as far as I know, I have 14 clips. The one that I'm not sure about is I have a clip from Lexi, I'm pretty sure, but I'm also pretty sure we reviewed that last week. I'm pretty sure we did. Maybe Lexi remembers. And if we already checked it out, then there's no reason for me to do it again, unless of course we run out of clips, which I find highly unlikely. Now, with that said, hey Licky, hey Lexi, hey Zengerkrieg, hey Gazel, hey Philippe, hey Elana, hey Kaze Dragoon, hey Ceres, hey Caetsu, hey Rust, hey Maya Klanger, hey Bonnie, and hey Brontom. Hope you're all doing very well. Did we not review it? Let me check. Could have been a different thought and clip that I just mistook for yours. Well then, in that case, I have 15 clips. Great. Donnie says in your leveling guide you said that we could run Palace of the Dead for leveling from 15 to 50. I don't think I outright said that, and I think it also was just an alternative option from technically level 1 to 60, although you probably wouldn't want to do it from level 1. The way that you do it is you have to beat floor 50 so that you can start on floor 51. And then you queue for like a matched party from floor 51, and then you do like those 10 floors, so you beat floor 60. Then you go out, reset your progress, so you can like use that save again to go back to floor 51 and clear those 10 floors and finish on floor 60. Go out, reset, and just spam those 10 floors repeatedly. If there's other people queuing for it, then that can be reasonably quick. But if you have to sit there waiting, then it doesn't work. And even when it does work, it's mostly beneficial for like DPS jobs because they might have a shorter queue than queuing for a dungeon. But it is very much just an alternative. It's not necessarily the best leveling strategy, Bunny. Now, clips. Let's see what we have. Well, we have Licky's knockback cancel clip. We could start with that since Licky was first in the chat, I suppose. Also, Azav and Derby. Oh, we're both doing well. Ah, that's what happened, Lexi. Well, I have the clip. That's why I asked, because I wasn't sure. Yeah, it'll help with knowing how much time we have if we start with some of these shorter clips. Well, the problem then is, Bonnie, that Palace of the Dead might not have a good queue time there either, but if you can round up 3 friends to run with you, they don't have to be tanks or healers. You just need 3 friends that want to run it with you. Let's see how many clips I can stack. Well, Licky, here's the thing. I'm not adding clips that are posted in the middle of the stream. And something that I should probably say now, rather than later, is that given that it has turned out that it is sometimes just outright not possible for me to like review all of the clips necessarily between like 2 tea time streams or whatever I end up making it, there's a possibility looking forward that if there's just too many clips, then I will not be able to review everything. So if you then stack like an hour's worth of clips, then I can't see all that, right? But I will try and see everything that we have in stock right now. But I believe that was always in the cards, that if there's too many clips, then there's like a reasonable understanding that I can't see it all. Are there any tasks or quests you recommend to do before starting Endwalker? Not necessarily. If you feel like doing Endwalker, do it now. Like, there isn't anything you need to do. There are maybe some quests that might give slightly different, like, and that it adds something to a cutscene or something. But if we're going to do that, I believe there is a change in a cutscene at level 82 or 83. Where if you've leveled White Mage, something different happens. Like, as in, if you've leveled White Mage to 70 and done all the quests. Things like that. And, you know, it's that kind of stuff where the real difference is there's like 2 extra lines of dialogue. So, do Endwalker now if you want to do Endwalker now. And yeah, that's also true, Gazel. There was a time where it was almost just Gazel and Ymir that posted something each week. Right, so this clip is about knockback cancelling. We're looking at P2N. Don't exactly understand the context here. It feels like this clip is too recent for this to be something that you did while it was current. Or what? The HP amounts also makes me curious. But this is about knockback cancelling. Some of you might not know what that is. Some of you might know exactly what that is. Let's see what happens. Here comes a knockback, but there was one person... wait, there were 2 players that saw it coming. Let me see if I can... you can see it right here. What did the samurai? Yeah, also I just realized it's a 1 tank and 1 healer. Obviously, it's not when it was current. It looks like the samurai either reacted faster or I don't know. Does knockback immunity work on this? Let's see. Well, we can't see whether they got knockback immunity. There's not enough buff listings for us to be able to tell. But it does look like they don't move an inch. The samurai had the spread thing, so they were unaffected. Fair enough. Well, that explains that. It is a little impressive that this counted, though. Aren't you already in the death zone here? Or I'd say this would be the death zone, right? But it's the trick here for those that don't know what knockback cancelling is. Essentially, when you get knockbacked, if you use something that changes your position, like during the knockback, then it cancels the knockback and changes your movement to this other path. So if you can cause yourself to have to move somewhere else after the knockback has been applied, then it nullifies anything that was moving you at that time. Meaning that, for example, a black mage could deny a knockback by just using ethereal manipulation to someone else. A summoner could deny it by using the first step of their Ifrit melee combo. A bard could technically... this one is a little bit of a stretch, but technically a bard could prevent a knockback by using repelling shot on something as the knockback happens. Which means what you would have seen, I think, would have been that like this knockback would start, which, as you can see here, shoots you off into the stratosphere in less than a second. If you manage to click repelling shot so that resolves before you go all the way, then you would simply like stop however far it got you and then move 10 yalms backwards. But I mean, if you're getting shot away, you might then die from that, so... But it's technically something you could do. This works for all jobs with anything that moves them. Whether it's like a gap closer or like a backflip, for the most part, you'd prefer it's a gap closer. And in this case, it's of course a gap closer. We're using Icarus right here. And part of the problem with a knockback that is this strong is that you pretty much have to click it in advance. As in, you see the explosion here? Icarus is used here. The knockback starts basically on the next frame. Which means that Annie basically, Licky used their gap closer before the knockback was applied due to how, animation locking, all that works. Yeah, exactly, Ilana. That's kind of the idea when people are like, what do I need to do before I do the next expansion's MSQ? It's like, I mean, depending on what you do, things will be different. For example, if you do all of the Shadowbringers raid stuff, there will be one cutscene that'll be slightly different in the post-game of Endwalker. If you've done all of the Stormblood Alliance raid series, there will be... I believe there will be a cutscene, or rather there will be an additional cutscene at the end of the Endwalker raid series. Things like that. And then the question is, do you care? It's kind of frame perfect in this particular case. Most of the time, you don't have to be that good. A particular example that that comes up a lot is the second boss in Lunar Subterrane, when it shoves you across the arena. If you have a knockback or like a gap closer or anything for movement, you can just like... If you're getting shot across the arena, you can click whenever, as long as you're still in range, right? But if you're standing next to the boss trying to like melee uptime, but the lines next to the boss are shoving you right into the wall next to you, if you don't want to get the dot from getting shoved into the wall, you would have to click your gap closer like exactly when the knockback begins, because you need to cancel it before it gets you anywhere. Another thing you could do is, of course, move away from the wall just before it resolves, like in between GCDs. But this trick is very good and it's very commonly used. It's just that not everyone knows it exists, and I'll admit, I don't think I've ever mentioned knockback cancelling in a video, like outright as a tip, because for me, it's something that... It's like a mechanic that makes perfect sense when you know that it works. Like, the reason why the why bosses that knock you really far away often stun you before they knock you away is exactly so that you can't just cancel it by clicking your gap close on time. You could make it a fun fact at the end of the video. That is true. I could also like include it as a tip in a video, genuinely. Also, hey Weaver and BSR and Philippe and Emir. Hope you're doing well, and kids, I just said hello to you. It was just a hello. Right. 1 clip out of 15. Well, we can do I see we have multiple clips from Emir, so that we don't do Emir back to back. Maybe we should start digging into those. I'm glad to hear you found it. I'm glad to hear you found it helpful, boss, and welcome to the stream. 1 clip in 16 minutes. That must be a record. Well, we also took time to actually get to that. So this is Emir. Let me just turn off the sound in game so we don't have double music. Double music. Also, hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well. Right, so here's a fun story with Hell's Kia Extreme. I have a whole series on like soloing content, right? If you actually check the playlist of that, you'll see that I believe in one of them, I actually did solo Suzaku Extreme. And that was, I can't remember if it was during the 1st or 2nd raid tier. But I can tell you that back then it was tight enough that you couldn't make any mistakes. And you needed tinctures because of the harden rage timing. But it is still interesting to see others do it as well. What? Why did you turn off the echo? Good thing you didn't turn off the epic echo at least. Blasting Zone? Blasting Zone came out really late. Is that intentional? Almost, Licky, you almost had it. If only the boss had like 67% less HP, I would have had it. I was basically there. There's a particular thing that I did see a clip recently that someone of the community did post about that a trick they used for this fight was to do something to raise up all 4 ads here, like raise them up and move them down here to the safe spot so that they don't reawaken from this. And that was a way they were able to do this fight with 2 players without both of them being tanks. You need, like, one could be a tank, but you didn't need both of them to be tanks, because if you deal with the ads so that they don't get, like, to explode like this, then you don't need an invuln. Maybe next expansion. Maybe next expansion. Depends on how much more powerful we get in the next expansion.
I could not bear to lose you again.
This is something that is quite funny. I always do this mechanic by just turning by holding right click on my mouse. But if you're on legacy camera controls, then you have to actually like move like a tiny bit to turn. But it is better than the alternative. I do remember back in Shadowbringers when we were like a friend group farming this boss, and there was one among us that just could not turn in time. It turned out that they were playing on a controller, and they also used standard controls. Also known as tank control style. So they were, you know, doing the I tested Sense and discovered that if you turn, like if you start turning right when you can see the next arrow, it should be possible to turn like a full 180 degrees between each arrow, but you have to do it perfectly. Like it has to be perfectly timed for it to work. Well, the reason they were having trouble was, of course, both because they were not making it easier for themselves, but also because they weren't perfect. So that's awkward. There's also an interesting detail here that the 10 stacks of damage buff also means that if you can squeeze in some extra damage right now, that might be beneficial for like the overall fight. By the way, this is like a really minor thing. I'm just saying I'm a little bit confused about the order of your OGCDs in your burst. Like your first, you use Gnashing Fang, continuation, nothing, and then you continue onward as if everything's fine. But right at the start, you're doing only a single weave, and the reason why it confuses me is because I know that you usually do a double weave there, Ymir. For a moment, I also thought you weren't going to use your second Rough Divide. Lexi says, ever since I switched to Legacy, I can't ever go back to Standard. See, the thing is, for me, when I am making use of tricks that are particularly handy in Legacy controls, like, for example, like very heavy amounts of kiting, then Legacy is amazing. But if I'm doing something where it isn't needed, then it just confuses me, because when I'm trying to backpedal, then I'm not expecting to go that fast. Like, I'm intentionally backpedaling to like move a little slower, but not everyone plays like that. I think you missed a hypervelocity there. And yes, you're right, Emir, those auto attacks hurt. Back in Shadowbringers, there was an argument to be made that some groups would bring 2 tanks for safety reasons, even though you didn't really need it, because in Shadowbringers she could like 2-shot you with those easily. And the reason why is because her Phantom Flurry puts a debuff on the tank that makes her auto attacks hit like, well, you're supposed to tank switch at that moment. He likes flying? Yeah. Yeah, I suppose that's true, Lexi. It's just that for some players, if they got into Final Fantasy XIV late enough, they would be so used to standard controls from playing a different MMO like World of Warcraft that, like, for me, I have... Oh boy. 15 years of standard controls. So it just weirds me out. But the thing is that it's also about, like, what you need, right? If I'm doing a boss, like if I'm doing an encounter and me playing on standard is like a clear limitation, then I would just change, right? I would just switch. As I said, I'm perfectly aware of the benefits of Legacy. I made a video comparing standard and Legacy type controls. So, like, it's not that I don't know about them. It's just that ultimately it's about preference, and the big problem and the reason that causes these kinds of arguments when people start talking about them is because people that say Legacy is objectively better than Standard basically always present that argument where they are the Legacy type control player, and a lot of the time the benefits they present for Legacy is something where the Standard type control player just goes, I can do that too? Like, I can do that, so I don't see why you're saying that it's so amazingly powerful, because I can do all those things that you say are so special about Legacy. It's the same as when players go, oh, if you're a clicker, you're just objectively worse because keybinds are always better. I mean, I can see the arguments for, like, keybinds being better, and I agree, but the key here is that for the person who's a clicker, it would actually be like a downgrade to switch to keybinds, and they would need to relearn the game on keybinds before it becomes beneficial, so it's a really hard sell, right? By the way, Rough Divide? Rough Divide? The boss is dead. And yeah, see, that's also a good point, Perrin. For me, part of what trips me up about Legacy controls is that I feel like I don't have control of where my character's facing. Also, well done, Ymir. I can say that, like, looking this clip, that and there was also VX previously, I believe. It has certainly gotten easier to do this fight. But good job. Very nice. And yeah, I also agree with that, Philippe. If you're playing on a controller, then you can't. You can't play on standard. Like, it's not a good idea. Just not a good idea. Mount didn't drop? Nah. Gleaming says there's some things I haven't figured out how to reach comfortably and consistently with keybinds, so clicking makes up for it. Yeah. So here's the thing. And this is something that, again, this is the reason why I sometimes talk about the fact that I've played World of Warcraft for 15 years, is that some people, like, come into Final Fantasy 14 and are like, well, I need to, like, get good, right? Like, I have to be as good as everyone else, and I just have to have learned all these things. But some of the players come in with so much experience that it's like, or muscle memory, that it's unfair to compare yourself directly to other people like that. That's also why often when people start comparing themselves to others, I start to go, you have to compare yourself to yourself. Did you do better than you last time? I don't care whether you beat someone else. Did you beat yourself? And I know that sounds like some weird guru shenanigans, but it's kinda true. If you compare yourself to everyone else, it's only fun when you're winning, right? Otherwise, it just makes you feel bad. But what I'm getting at is when I started playing World of Warcraft in 2005, I believe, 2004, 2005, I used the keybinds they gave you out of the box, which was 1 through 0 here, dash, and equal sign. And here's the thing, I don't know why it was equal sign, because my keyboard did not have an equals button. I have equals by holding shift and pressing 0, but you can see how that doesn't work, right? Which meant that in reality I only had 1 through 0 and then dash like next to shift, which also makes no sense. And then everything else I had to click. So like those like 10 to 11 buttons were really important. And then again, you know, I wasn't like back then, I was very small man, very small boy. It was like kilometers from WASD over to dash. So I was just not going to click that. I was just not going to click it, right? Straight up, I just wasn't going to click it. So, like, I mostly, like, played around with, like, this range here, you can see. And then I had to click everything else with my mouse. Then, like, around Wrath of the Lich King Cataclysm days, somewhere around then, it occurred to me that I could just bind the equals button to something else. I don't know why I bound it to plus, but I did. And that works. And then I got an MMO mouse. And then I, like, specifically on that mouse back then, I had one, like, I had just all of the buttons bound to the thumb grid, but that particular mouse, that Razer Naga at the time, had 2 extra buttons. Okay, I don't think I can, let me see if I can do this. Like, this is the left click, like right here where it says Corsair. There was like 2 extra buttons. And I bound them to 0 and dash. And then I put things that I would regularly use on that. So that, you know, if I had, for example, with a Death Knight, you might go up, like with a Frost Death Knight, you'd go obliterate Frost Strike, obliterate Frost Strike. So just do this. Right? Like, obliterate Frost Strike. And then, at some point, I can't remember if it was Mist of Pandaria, but at some point it occurred to me that the thumb grid could be anything. It could be anything I want. And now, you see, keyboard hand. So my mouse is bound to these buttons now. And you can probably see that I had already figured out this way of playing a game like World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy XIV in that respect is like World of Warcraft. I'd already figured that out a decade ago. So some players coming into Final Fantasy XIV being like, I don't know how to keybind well. That's perfectly understandable. It took me a decade to figure it out. It took me a decade to figure out what buttons I wanted to use. And then I have since learned what buttons I want, like which button should do what. And if Final Fantasy XIV suddenly required me to have a 4th hotbar to have everything on it, I would have to get acquainted with having a 3rd modifier, because there's no other way it's going to work for me. But yeah, that's basically what I'm getting at, is that learning to play the game purely on keybinds can be a long journey. Not expecting people to figure that out in a moment. And yeah, actually similar to that, me too, Cat Damon. Like, this is like the bartender hotbars I had. Also, hey Bronto, Manzanite. Hope you're doing well. Right. Let's see here then. Should we just repeating what I put in the pinned comment in the chat? As usual, I'm reviewing all the clips to the best of my ability that I've gotten posted that I haven't had time to review yet, and I'm prioritizing the ones that are people in the chat. So if you post a clip, then make sure that I know you're here so that I don't skip you. Yeah, we could do Gazel next. He's right here. Gazel's been next to me for over an hour in game. That's sitting there like expectantly. I believe the story behind this clip is that somewhat recently we've had, and not just recently, like for a long time, we've had regular discussions about energy drain. And the common way the conversation goes is energy drain is weird because it puts Scholar in a weird position where they have an offensive use of their predominantly defensive resource. And that's not super great because the way that players optimize the fun out of games, you'd expect energy drain to be the winning, like the winner in this particular conversation. Meaning that there might be people that don't quite get that defense takes priority when it is needed, that then go, well, I need to use energy drain because if I don't, then my pass will be bad. You know. I have not seen that, Gleaming, but that's basically what I'm getting at. Like, that's my point. That's the problem, is basically there are people that will see it like that. And once you get into passing, if you do get into passing, then you will start to realize why it's a problem, because you might be going, well, I'm playing well. Why are my passes bad? And the answer is, well, you didn't use your defensive tools for offense. But the problem is, if you replace energy drain with something else, what should it be? Because if I say it can't be an attack, because then we're back to the same problem. Well, what should it be? A defensive buff. The reason you're not using ether flow is because you don't need any defensive buffs. Like, that's the problem. You don't need anything defensive, so it wouldn't help. I think the best idea we came up with as a suggestion was, what if when you use ether flow, any excess ether flow you had turns into like a 1-minute shield or something on your raid, so that like it lasts until your next ether flow. But like, that's still not a solution, because the problem was you didn't need any defense. So like, we can go at this all day, but as far as I understand, what Yasel did in this clip is he replaced energy drain with energy siphon, so it doesn't work because Scholar doesn't have energy siphon. And see how that feels. Also, hey, Oscar. Hope you're doing well. And Leah. And Eaterit. Did I say hey to Brontom? But yeah, as far as I understand, this is a regular run as a Scholar, except no energy drain use at all. If we're going to, like, if we're going to hold on to that, then you should use Excogitation on the tank. You should use Excogitation on the tank. I know it's a warrior, but that ether flow is best used on Excogitation if you're not going to use energy drain. Now I'm going to be hyper pedantic just for the memes, right? You should have used Art of War here. Played as normal as you usually, as usual, except you're not using energy drain. Well, I'm just saying, Gazel, the problem with doing that is that's a little bit unfair, because that's a bit like let's say that you say, I'm going to try and live a day without using my legs, and then you just start your day in your bed and go, well, I can't step out of my bed because I don't have any legs. And that's just the end, right? Like, if the rule is, I will play without doing. I'll do as I normally do, or I'll try to do my best without this thing. Then you have, if you're going to be fair in the spirit of the challenge, you should optimize your ether flow use so you get the most out of the healing. That's at least my opinion. Leah says, I'm gonna keep account of how many ether flows got wasted. Oh boy. Let me know when we're done then, Leah. Gazel says, but the point is that healing is unnecessary. Well, I mean, it's just that you could make the most of it. Like, equally, and this is part of the reason why I'll have to say, Gazel, when you initially posted this, I almost considered not reviewing it because I felt like it was too sarcastic. The reason being that you could demonstrate that energy drain is a significant tool for Scholar in just as well by doing a run and refusing to use your ether flow on anything but energy drain, and then just using your other cooldowns going, look, it worked fine. I don't even need the defensive buttons, right? Like, you could have made the same, you could make the same argument, but instead of going, look, I don't have energy drain now, you could have gone, look, I did this entire duty without, like, exclusively using my ether flow for offense. Clearly, we don't need all of the defensive options, so energy drain is fine to exist. But, yeah, that's the thing, is that, you could have done it in a more positive, you could have done a more positive spin on it, I feel. But it's fine. And yeah, Lexi, I kind of do something similar to that. But I have also started to, and I think that's partly based on Gazel's observations and Gazel's play, that I've started to realize that a lot of the time, the reason we use excogitation is because we have it. And I would probably, like, if I didn't have recitation, because I just prefer to use recitation on Excog, just personal preference, I would probably not use Excog every 45 seconds. Exactly. Because the reason is that it feels weirdly unbalanced when you use Excog when you have recitation, but then not when you don't have it. But it makes sense. A lot of people prefer recitation on Adlo. The reason why I don't is something where I'm thinking perhaps a little bit further in a weird way. If you put a giant shield on the tank, you are, of course, protecting their HP bar, but warriors, paladins, and sometimes gunbreakers, Abyssal Drain on Dark Knights, although, like, Holy Sheltron, Requiescat, and Bloodwedding come out really early, but if your tank has taken 0 damage because you used recitation at low, then that healing just goes out into the nothing. Sure, if you crit anyway, like, that's totally free, but if you use it on Excog, it'll instead crit when the tank eventually drops low, if they drop low. And then, of course, the counter to that is, but what if they don't? And that's the point. And that is, of course, the benefit to crit spread low instead with recitation is, well, Excog isn't needed. So I'll just put a barrier on them that's bigger, I guess. The reason for me using recitation on Adlo is that once I spread it, we can all step on some AoE for more damage if needed. That makes sense. The reason why I typically, you may see me dodge things like in a trash pack that is totally unnecessary. Like, as in, I'll dodge random telegraphs that most people know doesn't do any damage, basically. The reason why I do it is if I start just eating it, I might eat it the day where my healer can't take it. Oops. We had a death there. I think that was an unlucky ether spread there from Mr. Durandes. But there's the possibility that the day will come where I will take the hit, but my healer couldn't take it, or didn't like that I took it, and think that I'm lazy. And yes, there are healers that will outright take offense to you wasting their heals like that, which is really annoying. As in, the healer's annoying. Like, we're trying our best to, like, win, right? There are, of course, also people that are lazy for no, like, to a point where there's no need for that, but that's a different story. Or I step in something where the punishment is I get slowed for 30 seconds, or I get paralyzed for 30 seconds, or I get stunned for 5 seconds. And if you get any debuff kickback from ignoring the mechanic, well, whoops, then it has all been for nothing. Then you've basically wasted time by not dodging. And I just choose to not keep track of which ones are dangerous and which ones are not, because I lose like 1 second or less for dodging. So it's fine. How many was it, Leah? Or did you stop counting? Did it get too painful? Oscar says, I believe as a counterpoint to Recitation Adlo is, Recitation Adlo has a much higher chance of disappearing with less return on value. Recitation HCOG is half of a tank's health. See, exactly. Let's take a moment for that one. Because, as I said, it goes both ways. If I use Recitation Adlo, not even Recitation Spreadlow, I don't care about the DPS or myself, it's just about shielding the tank. That's the only thing we're talking about here. Then the tank will lose, like if they're sprinting and pulling, then they'll lose a small amount of that barrier while pulling, possibly. But there'll still be plenty of shield when they reach their destination. Paladins will use Requiescat when they reach their destination, and then they will start healing. If the barrier holds long enough, then they will waste healing there. And some warriors might use Bloodwetting extra aggressively. In that particular context, we can probably agree there's no need for that. But that actually means that your tank, if it's a paladin, they will not use Holy Sheltron because the heal goes to waste. The warrior will not use Bloodwetting because the heal goes to waste, which means that that huge barrier you put up is basically a blockade saying to the tank, don't use any mitigation, which means the barrier dies faster. And that comes with the same kind of backwards logic of a Dark Knight saying, I will use Living Dead on the next pull, and the healer goes, then I will use nothing on you. Which means that instead of making the most of the fact that the tank will drop low, you're basically like the tank is going, I'll jump off this cliff, it'll be fine. And instead of going, I'll help like with a rope, I'll help you go down safely, you just kick them off the cliff. Just boom! And let them drop. There's no need for that. Like, you don't need to move your Cardia to someone else. You don't need, like, I don't know, I don't think people have done this. We don't need to like remove EOS to make sure the tank dies quickly. Just, you know, heal them normally and don't panic. Like, you can still give them Excog if you want to. You can still give them Sacred Soil or Karakoli if you want to. You can still give them a region if you want to. The important part there is don't use something that you wouldn't have used anyway. Like, heal them with the free stuff. Like, the discount healing stuff. Don't give them Benediction, because they don't need it. They're intentionally dropping low. And this is like the opposite in that the super big shield from Adlo that you enforced means that the healing might go to waste, or the tank will simply not use a defensive cooldown until it's gone, which means that the shield kinda gets wasted. But on the other hand, and that's of course the other side that Oscar was like playing for, and that I often play for, is, and I've said this before, if I'm playing Warrior and the Scholar gives me Excogitation, then I will actually, a lot of the time, try to stay above 50% HP and prevent it from breaking. As a signal to my healer, don't give me anything else, I'm good. And the reason for this is that this isn't always the case, but in a dungeon setting, most of the time, if the tank's Excogitation, if you put Excogitation on the tank, then they don't need anything else. You can let them figure it out on their own until Excog drops. Like, when that pops, then you need to think, okay, what do I give them next? But until then, you don't need to care at all. Not at all. Right? So if the tank understands this, the tank might actually go out of their way to not let it pop. And now the question is then, as the Scholar, do you then give them Excog again for the tank to not let it pop? Or, like, or do you give it, like, or do you just hold it? Well, you didn't need it before, so I'll just don't give it to you anymore. And that's, of course, another story. While a crit Excog heals like 50% of a tank's HP bar, if they don't need 50% of their HP bar healed suddenly, then Excog is worse than a crit Adlo. But it's like, it's situational. Leah says, I'm back and rewatched 35 as Aetherflow wasted. The clip was 15 minutes long, so unless Dissipation was used, that's 35 out of like a possible 42 to 45. And if Dissipation was used on cooldown, we're like a possible 60. Wow. But yeah, the thing is, the Excog versus Adlo recitation thing is a difficult conversation, because what is better depends on the situation. If Excog is not needed, then recitation Adlo is better. If Excog was needed, then a lot of the time using it on Excog is better, because you can use recitation Excog, swift cast Adlo, and maybe Adlo's a crit anyway, whereas, and you won't miss the MP, whereas recitation Adlo into Excog, you still spend an Aetherflow. I tried to actually make use of all the Aetherflow stacks. Yeah, well, Gazel, what tank did you have in that run? I'm not saying that disqualifies anything, not at all. It's just that I've had the same situation where, like, I've demonstrated like a way to heal with a job, and people are like, well, your tank was a warrior, so no surprise that it quote-unquote worked. Like, if you want to check how much healing could be necessary, I feel like Dark Knight is often the best one to test with, if you can make that magic happen. But the thing is, a good Dark Knight doesn't need healing either. I think I made that point previously. I think I even made it in a video. That I think I was making a video about healer mistakes, and I needed footage from a white mage perspective, so I ran a dungeon with Gyasel, and Gyasel went Dark Knight, and we did Fell Court of Troya, and basically all pulls in the dungeon, I put Regen, Divine Benison on Gyasel, and then I just spammed Holy. And Gyasel was a Dark Knight, mind you. I just didn't need to heal him. So there was no point in the dungeon where I was like, alright, I need to use Benediction here. So yeah, if you're good at it, then Dark Knight is just as safe as any other tank. But yeah, to summarize on this discussion with energy drain, the key problem is exactly the meme there with ether flow. All of it goes in the energy drain hole, right? And the problem is something that Oscar says, a situation where Critlow shield is fully used but an X-Cog never pops feels like you could go AFK and let the fairy do the work at that point. Well, Oscar, that's did you hear my side of this conversation? Did you hear me? Did you hear my part? I'm here. You put a Critlow on the tank. If the tank is smart, they will probably not use any healing themselves. Which means, if their healing is associated with a defensive cooldown, which it is, then they'll do nothing defensively until the shield breaks, which means that basically the shield is just losing HP in 5th gear, right? Like just... And then when the shield breaks, the tank goes, my turn to do something, and then they use Bloodwedding or Holy Sheltron or TBN or Heart of Corundum, whatever. Like, technically a Gunbreaker can use Heart of Corundum just fine, but that's often what happens, which means that if you see it as like the Critlow, like adding extra HP to the shield, it just goes, and then it stops, because then the tank starts doing something. But if you add the crit X-Cog instead on the other end, if the tank has this, you know, they're so good at it that they don't drop low, then it's kind of a waste. But the problem is that you would need to see if the tank does that before you know. There was that voice in my head. And I also agree with that, Gazel. It's often more so that it's a bad tank piloting the job rather than Dark Knights are bad. It's also just that Dark Knights are harder to play defensively in a dungeon than the other tanks from my perspective. So it means that it is more likely that they're bad. On a different note, Lexi, you still here? We can take your clip next. And if you can, I would like to hear a little bit of a story. The thing I have is phase 2 tower save. I believe there's a lot of people in the chat that have not done Dragon Songs Reprise. So if you can give some extra detail, that would probably help. But yeah, I think a key problem with the whole like energy drain, also the X-Cog Adlo thing, is that healers these days in dungeons, when the tank is good, feel almost unnecessary. Sometimes outright are unnecessary. Yeah, recitation makes the thing you use it on free, so recitation Adlo saves you a cool 1000 MP, while recitation XCOG gives you a free 10 fairy gauge, technically, or alternatively, you could see it as it gives you a cool ether flow charge. But then the question is, did you need that ether flow? Did you need it? Does it matter? But I mean, it depends on whether you're going to use XCOG anyway, and I think a lot of it is, for example, in Garzel's case, he's not going to use XCOGitation. So he's not saving anything. He's not going to use XCOG. So it saved him nothing. Recitation energy drain, that would be pretty funny. And both Leah and Ogni just same thought process. Alexi says, so this is Dragon Songs Reprieve Phase 2. First mechanic where we have 3 deformation players. There are 2 tanks having to take 2 tethers, and the last 3 players have to get to a safe spot, and then everyone goes into towers. Right. Normally, if someone dies before everyone gets in their spots before they go into towers, it's a wipe, as 1 missed tower means a wipe, and with positioning it's hard to res in time. That makes sense. We need to get lucky with 1 healer at least not having a deformation so they're close enough to res on a tower. That's probably the clutch res that Parrot is talking about. Right, there's no sound here. It's 1 minute and 30 seconds. My knights to arms! The power is mine! Ah, yes. The much more intelligent code. Yeah! And we have a Black Mage death? Oh, that does look sketchy. Something that I should probably outline for some people watching. I don't know if this is like replayed with a tool or if it's an in-game feature directly. But that's the reason why there's no hotbars, I believe, and also the reason why Lexi can hit this. It's the in-game duty recorder, right? So I believe that, like, as you can see, it feels like the movement is weirdly floaty. I'm not entirely sure how that lines up with where your actual position is, but that's the reason why Lexi can take this pillar even though it looks like they missed it by a frame. Exactly, it's like ice physics. It's like you're accelerating to a position. I wonder if this is how the server actually sees your movement. Oh, Nitsy's playing Stellaris. Nice. That's in the clip. Let me just see this again. Is this the clutch save? It's because when you rewatch it, the recorder in the recorder you move the camera yourself. It doesn't replicate your camera from the in duty. Although I know, which means that the recorder kept track of where you were at any given time. It didn't record the run. It recorded like the important parts of the run. How much damage did that attack do? What coordinates were you at so and so time? How did this particular mechanic resolve? Things like that. So that it can recreate the experience. Oh, so you switched towers? Is that what happened? Ah. Let me just see that again. But yeah, now I get it. Okay. See, that was what confused me, because I didn't actually notice when I initially saw it what was happening with you. So, like, I saw you go over here. I was like, I didn't realize that, oh, you were resing them to spawn there. Then you ran over here. I was like, why did you go over there if you don't have time to stand there? But of course, if you're trying to rest the person there, that makes perfect sense. That explains a lot more. And that does look pretty funny. It's like you're just throwing a corpse at a mechanic and then resing them. Ah, I'm alive! Oh no! That's really nice. That is really smart of a move, by the way. That is something that, now that I think on it, is something that I should be better about doing as well. Is, this has nothing to do with ultimates necessarily. It's more like to do with playing a job with a res smartly. By which I mean, if you're going to res someone, then, you know, you could position yourself so that they get rest at a spot where they're safe when they land. You know, that isn't a bad idea, at least. Imagine, if you will, a primal. That's very nice. And that is something we could use more. Something that can often happen is that we get more focused on resing the dead person, more so in casual content, I suppose, than where you rest the dead person. In particular, that reminds me of recently I did a run in Mental Roulette where I landed in Voidcast Days, normal of course. I believe we had over 20 deaths. But a particular point that stuck out to me when I was watching it back was on the first double meteors, because that mechanic is also there on normal, the red mage gets rest. They just barely manage, like their feet touch the ground, and then the knockback from the center happens, and they just get shoved off the arena and immediately dies. And that was when we realized that that isn't blocked by taking 0 damage. But that could have been resolved by, I don't know, resing the red mage in the middle of the room instead of on the edge. I was like, hey, Wool, hope you're doing well. Yeah, I know it was over 20, Ilana. I don't remember how many, but it was over 20. I also believe we had 7 first-timers, so I suppose that is impressive. Look forward to it in a future video. The annoying thing is I found out you actually have to stand in the spot you want to rest long enough for the rest to happen at the right place. Oh yeah, I suppose it recognizes where the rest came from when the rest buff appears on the other person. It's a little awkward. Right then. Is both Cat Damon and Ymir here? There's a joint clip from them in the list. I saw Cat Damon was here early, and I know Ymir was here early, and Ymir is also here literally. We could wait if one of them is missing. Also, I could also just, while I'm at it, I can list some other names that I have clips from. I have a clip from Merfolk Adult. I don't know if they show up today. I also have a clip from Ashik's or Luminia, depending on preference, I suppose. I also have clips, plural, from Viech. I have a clip from Cole. A short clip, I believe. A clip from Caetsu. A clip from Veggie. A clip from Neff, which is BSR. A clip from... and a clip from Vivi. So if you're watching quietly... This extreme duo was also 4 tries. Ah. We can start with... we can do this one next then. This makes sense, by the way. If there's some people like, why not solo though? Tsukuyomi has a mechanic that, well, if you're alone, you can't beat it alone. You'd have to kill Tsukuyomi before that happens, or somehow skip it, because you can't survive it. You need, I think, at least 2 players. I'm not sure you need if it's 2 players to deal with the mechanic or 2 players to kill the boss in time. Yes, it is Meteors. Naviak, hope you're doing well. It is Meteors. It is absolutely Meteors. The reason why I'm not sure is because I'm pretty sure you need 3 players to deal with the Meteors correctly. Like, I'm pretty sure you need 3, but maybe there's a trick if Licky says that it was duoed in Shadowbringers. It is soloable, but it's frame perfect. Hmm. Three to do it correctly, 2 to do it at all, and then Cat Damon coming in like, well, 1 person can do it if you're like a genius somehow. Oscar says, I don't know why Zoken went so hard on Wayward Daughter specifically. Well, I mean, I feel like Zoken goes hard every time. What's happening? What was happening with the sound right there? One, that's baby owl. I can clear this with 0 players. Leah says, why is it always Cat Damon proving me wrong? I believe Cat Damon has decided that their favorite pastime is to say nope when someone says something is impossible. Which I think is a very inspiring way to live. I mean, I also do this. When people say something is impossible, I often try to come in and be like the balancing act and go, well, is it impossible? Do we know that for a fact? But I will be more likely to say something is actually impossible if I have no idea that you have any way of doing it right. And there's also the part of being realistic. But I can say that there's been a lot of times where people are like, oh, this thing is impossible. But they haven't actually checked. And that's when I come in. Well, that does look weird. Is that the trick? Huh? Oh, okay. You just survive by like a hair. Uh-huh. Yeah, I could imagine that would take like 4 tries to get right.
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, exactly. That sure is the trick. Just make sure you switch buff exactly frame perfectly. And then switch buff again frame perfectly. Then it's easy. You can 2-man it. It's easy. You can probably solo it. It's easy, Lamau. Licky says, Cat, Emerald Weapon Extreme is impossible to solo. I'm pretty sure that at this moment it is impossible to solo because it's too recent. It's too recent, so you wouldn't be able to meet the DPS check. But nice one. That isn't easy to line that up. And yeah, meteor placement is pretty interesting. I've done this, I believe, as 3 players somewhat recently, where I said how it was supposed to be done, because I've done it right, and we still goofed it. Oh yeah, the mount's there. Well, that's deserved at this point, right? Yeah, exactly, Sav. I believe when we went in to do it as 3 players, we specifically had our tank, a DPS, and a healer, so that we could control that. But after my instructions, we still got it wrong. You both had the mount. Well then. Right then. In that case, we can do a Viek clip. If Viek is here. Here's one. Voidcast dies extreme. Is there anything special you'd want us to know before we start, Viek? Aside from the fact that this clip was from back in April. Oop. Is there anything special about the clip, Viek? Or is it just, watch this? Nothing in particular. Fair enough. Oh, here's something fun. What zone is that? Instant markers. You do some mitigations differently. Yeah, I know that feeling. It's an interesting camera placement. That is actually a very good point, everyone. Very good starting tip for any aspiring raid leaders. I'll just jump back to that for those that aren't with it. So we have markers put down. We have some personal markers. Viek finds the countdown tool. In the group, we see a paladin. They don't particularly have anything specific they want. They want to cast Holy Spirit, like, you know, about 1.5 seconds before pull. Dark Knight has not much. Like, they would probably do like Blood Weapon, maybe TBN on the main tank, things like that. Like around 5 seconds before pull, they might start doing that. Sage, I mean, maybe they'll do Youth Creation Prognosis or something, but they can do that at any point almost. Samurai might want to use Make Your Shisui around 6 seconds before pull. Summoner, I mean, they'll have to summon Kabi, but other than that, they'll cast Ruin 1.5 seconds before pull. Red Mage would like to cast the Thunder or Arrow around 5 seconds before pull. So far we have 0, 6, 4 or something, 6, 0, 5. So about 6 seconds. Dancers want to click Standard Step like at 15 seconds. The reason being, let me jump into the game real quick. The reason being that Standard Step puts you in this mode for 15 seconds and the cooldown has already started. Which means that if you can use Standard Finish, I mean, you know, at 14.9 seconds or 15 seconds, then you start the fight with Standard Finish or Standard Step on a shorter cooldown, which means that you can finish your opener burst with another Standard Step, if you like. It is a small DPS increase, and the reason why that somehow equates to a 16-second pull timer is, of course, because there's the sound, pull timer starts, then the dancer has to actually be able to click Standard Step before it says 15. Like, they have to actually start Standard Step when it says 15. Like, if I was the raid leader, I would probably have offered the dancer a 20-second timer, because then they get to see it say 20, and then they can, you know, count down. Like, they have a few seconds of like, alright, time to flex up that finger so I can press my Standard Step just right. Bam! Just in time, right? I don't know how much time they need, but the point is that they need to click that Standard Step exactly on 15 if they want to be optimal. If we go back to here, I don't know if an astrologian needs 15 seconds. Depends. Like, technically, if we're going to be super optimal, I mean, they could put down Earthly Star on 20 seconds. Then Earthly Star goes exactly on pull. Astrologian does not need 30 seconds because that Astrologian was supposed to pull their first card when they exited the cutscene. Like, they had to click it right then and there, and if they then got like a, you know, if they got like 20 seconds, there's a reasonable chance that those first 10 seconds have already passed. VX says, I don't remember if I gave them 16 seconds. Well, the reason why we're talking about this is because you gave your team 10 seconds. That is the reason. It's because, like, I'm not saying you did anything wrong yet. The dancer's astrologian could have said, hey, could you give us a longer pull timer or something? I usually bring it up and ask what people want before I start doing pull timers for that reason, and people find it somewhat, sometimes people find it a little annoying that I get so detailed about these things. But that's the reason why we are talking about it, is that it depends on how many seconds you need. And technically, yeah, the Earthly Star, you'd probably want it to pop a few seconds into the fight so that Earthly Star pops while you have raid buffs, because for some reason Earthly Star snapshots your raid buffs when it explodes. Blade! And a blade! Hey, Aerodil and Shaq. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, it is complicated with pull timers. The easiest way is to ask. But yeah, for example, with Dancer and Astrologian, they both stand to gain from a 16-second pull timer, which is the reason why some people are like, hey, you should have done a 16-second pull timer. We have Gale Spheres. Gale Spheres. And the second Gale Spheres are a lot worse. Here we have a Blade again. Wham! And another one. Blade. The certified Caetsu Classic. Blade. Hey Nina, hope you're doing well. There's also something funny about those meteors is that they hurt about, like, they also hurt like crazy on normal. Not quite as much, but they actually hurt a lot. It's quite funny that that whole animation just plays outside of a cutscene on Extreme. Blep. You shall know true terror. And we have Circle AoE. If I remember correctly. And there's the tank switch. This mechanic, for those that don't know, is basically if you get 3 of those stacks, you die. So it doesn't matter whether one tank could survive all 3 hits. They'll just die from the second one. And there was the Circle AoE that was warned about on Ashdia's Shadow. And here comes double meteors number 1. Whee! You see, the thing is, Licky, for me, it's weird, because I feel like if they had done the same on the normal version, where, like, he does the Black Fang cutscene thing, but just doesn't do it in a cutscene, I would have liked it, like, I think I would have preferred that on normal, like, that if they did it the same way as on Extreme. So it's kind of funny that they still, like, that they do cutscenes like that, when they then realize that it's totally unnecessary when they get to the Extreme version. Then just don't do it. Right? VX says you don't actually die. If you heavily mitigate and shield everything, then you can actually live through the Thrice Come Ruin. How much damage does it do? They're not standing too close to each other, Gleaming. They're standing a little concerningly close, but they're not too close. Otherwise, they would have died. $500,000 damage. Oh yeah, if it recognizes mitigation, then that's totally doable. Gleaming says this camera positioning makes me so uncomfortable. I'm claustrophobic. I don't know what to say about that. Like, I don't know what to say about that. I think this is fine. I think what makes it maybe feel a little weird is that the VX character is smack dab in the center of the screen, which makes it feel like we can't really see Golbez. Like, I think you could easily, like, tip your camera a little bit up here, and you would be able to see everything you need to. But it's VX setup. zoom out, I'm actually pretty confident that Viek has already zoomed out all the way gleaming. I'm reasonably confident about that. Give me a moment. This is, as far as I remember, fully zoomed out. Almost, at least. It's just, like, with all that stuff on the screen. Maybe it's a smaller screen. So I think it's just, the problem is, maybe you can zoom out a little bit. Maybe you can zoom out a little bit, but I do think it's more about the camera tilt than anything else. Oh. Oh boy. One down. Double kill. VX says I'm zooming out as fast as I can. Fair enough. Yeah, the shirking part is also the reason why I generally prefer if you switch on one stack. Because like there's no problem. Like you don't gain anything from switching on two. Like it doesn't help you. It just leaves the possibility that you're late for the second one. Ooh, that lingering spark was a little awkward. Be gone! Blade! And a blade! And a circle AoE, did you remember? I don't think they managed to do the limit break in time. Because they hesitated. Brontom does need to zoom out. Just get the plug-in. Post your clear online. Get made fun of by the entire player base, and also be unsure whether perhaps the developers are making fun of you too because they put a mechanic in the next raid tier where you actually get essentially so zoomed out that you get the same perspective. I think that was hilarious, by the way, that they did that. Yeah, that's nice. That's well done, Viek. Very well done. Something that I think is really funny, and I just wanted to mention about the Golbez fight, is that the Ashdaya Shadow thing where he warns you whether it's a circle or a donut. On normal, it's obviously always a circle, but he still does the animation just the same. And in my recent run, I'm pretty sure that the mechanic that got the most kills on its own, like on its own, was like rank 1 was Void Stardust, and rank 2 was Lamau Circle AoE after Blade Slash. Like, not the Blade Cleave itself, the little bloop Circle AoE that happens afterwards. Leah says, are mudras not 1 second? Dance steps are 1 second. They look like this. There's a little bit of a delay because of the latency. Mudras don't exactly have a visible cooldown. I'm pretty sure they're half a second. But as you could probably see from my demonstration there, mudras are definitely faster than dance steps. So I'm going to try and cast Huton. That finishes on 10, yeah? Definitely half a second. But yeah, the thing is, if like for your opener as a ninja before the fight starts, you pretty much like before a fight starts, and you of course remember latency, OCE ping, you'd want to do this. Now you're ready, and now you want to pull, which means that it would take you around 3 seconds to do Huton, because 3 half-Cs and then Huton into hide. And then I suppose hide can be weaved while Huton is happening. And then you need to do, you know, 3, like basically 1.5 seconds more to prepare Suiton. And you know, about 4 seconds after that, that's when you want to pull. Which means that ninjas need like around 7 seconds. Specifically because you would like to pull when it says exactly 1 second. Exactly because, as BSR says, so you get the mudras faster. Like, it's not enough to go 1, 2, 3 Huton, hide, 1, 2, 3 Suiton. And that's not good enough. It has to be 1, 2, 3 Huton, hide, 1, 2, 3 Suiton. Which is why they need a little bit more time. Which is why, like even then, if you have a ninja in your party, it's not like you're going to go, alright, 7-second pull timer it is. I mean, most groups, I'm pretty sure 10-second pull time is reasonable. Seven Up says, I believe you can, if I recall correctly, you can press one of the mudras, and while you still have the buff, you can hover over them to see the recast. Oh yeah, that's true! Good find. There you go. There you go. Black Mage Bunny. Right then. What else do we have? We have a clip from BSR, actually. Let's see. The clip. The nope. The nope. The nope I have here. The note that I have here says, the hypernova puddles can't legally kill you without your consent. Just say no. Is there anything else you'd want to add to this 9-second clip, BSR? Gleaming says, I was told the reason for 15 was to give the dancer time to react and they only really needed 10. That's incorrect. That's actually, if you want to give them time to react, you need to give them 20 because they actually need 15 seconds. They actually need 15. So whoever told you that does not play dancer. Or if they do, I have some bad news for them. And what I mean by that is I've had people go, I've been a dancer main for 2 years, and I just realized, watching your video right now, that I shouldn't use devilment before technical step. Things like that. So, yeah. Someone being a dancer main, or someone not even being a dancer main, might not know the reason for things. BSR says the purple puddles kill you basically instantly if you touch them. The placement of the puddles is less than ideal in this clip. I don't know why it keeps setting it to 720. I have the interwebs to do this. Gumi says, I'm pretty sure the 16 is to make sure the second standard step falls within buffs as well. Gumi, there isn't a lot of magic to it. It's genuinely that standard step lasts 15 seconds. So if you make a pull time of 15 seconds, the human brain and the internet cannot react in 0 frames. So you need 1 second at least so that the dancer can go... let me see here. $14, $13, $12, $11, $10, $9, $8, $7, $6, $5, $4, $3, $2, $1. You can do it again. And because it's under 20 seconds, actually under 25 seconds, if you consider that it takes like a good 7 more seconds before you actually start on your burst, you can easily fit another standard finish inside your opening burst. So you're right, but it's not as complicated. It's not some hidden trick. It's just maybe it's a hidden trick, but it's not like something about, oh well, you need exactly that amount of time, and it's something that people have discovered by testing. It's flat out. You might not need all 15 seconds, right? Like, you might not need all 15 seconds. Like, when you really think about it, you might be fine finishing your burst with standard finish. And if you get all 15 seconds, you might be able to use it as not your last action. But it is important if you want to maximize damage. It's better than not having it. So, you're kind of right. But you're right, actually. You're perfectly right, Gumi. It's just that it sounds like it's something more complex than it is. That's what confused me. Right. So to BSR's clip. What? Right. That's not very big. You know what's extra amazing about this?
Well,
the 2 other players that ran with you died. They couldn't make it. They couldn't angle it. That's so specific. Pixel perfect. That was amazing. It was amazing. Toho mode, yeah. Yeah, speaking of Toho mode, I mentioned in a previous stream as well, but yeah, if you like some Final Fantasy 14-ish boss fights, and you like roguelikes, there's this reasonably new game called Rabbits on Steel on Steam. It's really good. And I'm just saying, every time I see Thornton or Good King Mugglemog, I see the rat boss in it. Because that boss, I mean, they don't have voice acting on it, but he absolutely says, "To me, my knights!" We also have Flames Take You, and Flames to Lick at Your Heels. Those also feature as lines the bosses say. So yeah, and that is definitely Toho mode, a lot of the game. Flames to lick at your heels. Those that don't remember, that is Rubicante, Mount Ordeals. And Flames Take You is, of course, P9S, or just P9. Flames take you! To me, warriors of light! Indeed. Right. Oh, in that case, I wasn't sure if you were still here, Emir. Sorry. Just one moment. Yeah. Since Emir is still here, we can take Emir's P9 Reaper clip. I see you put a thumbnail on it. This is, of course, on normal. I just want to mention this again. I feel like, Emir, that previously your clips didn't look this crunchy. So I don't know what you've changed, but there's something. Like, we can see what's happening. It's not a problem, but it does look a little crunchy. And yeah, Licky, that is the one you looked at earlier. Yeah, apparently we have Stola there. There's a bunch of these. But even Louis Soir, there's also named one named Yushto Arul, like with an R instead of an L. You also have ram noodles. Ram and noodles. And a loud waifu. Right, that looks like a gluttony opener. Yeah. Positioning, what good? Yeah, I mean, you could do that. That makes sense. Did the tank run further out into the AoE? Hey Fila, hope you're doing well. No, Zanite, I think you're just a main. Just a moment here. It's a little hard to see the duration, but your Death's Design ran out here. And there your GCD drifted. And this is actually, this is like, the thing is, if you were on keybinds, you would have had the same problem, but because you're on mouse, it's really obvious that you can see right here, like right around here you go, oh right, I should use Shadow of Death. So you could see that there was this like pause. That's an interesting order there. There's many ways you can go about doing the double Enshroud. Part of the reason why you usually do Reap Death is because as Shadow of Death has a longer GCD, it gives you better space to weave Arcane Circle when you want it to come out. There's also the part that because you're using it twice in relatively quick succession, it's going to eat some of the duration from the previous cast if you do it at quote-unquote the wrong time. But if you use it twice, like immediately back to back, it's almost guaranteed that you're going to eat some from the previous cast. What's of course happening here is that because you had a time frame of, let's see, around 10 seconds, where it was completely down, there's not really much you could do. Whatever happens, your double Enshroud is going to override some Death's Design duration. Now, in regards to the double Enshroud itself, I mean, I'm not exactly like what you'd call a master of Reaper, but if I were to do it, I would probably prefer to do it like not when it says 8 exactly on the nose. Like, it says 8 and then before it says 7, I'd usually use Enshroud. Maybe when it says 7, because it makes it a little... It gives you a little bit more quote-unquote flexibility in a way. You're still using Arcane Circle on the exact frame when Arcane Circle is available, which you can because of, you know, weaving Arcane Circle in a GCD where you're using Shadow of Death most of the time. But the important part is the important aspects of, and I do realize that I'm basically saying how to do the Enshroud, the double Enshroud before we see you do it. I'm still going to give the tips. The important keynotes of doing a double Enshroud is you want to enter Enshroud, and then you want to use Arcane Circle. Then you want to exit Enshroud, re-enter Enshroud, and use Communio again before Arcane Circle ends. Like, that's essentially like the keynotes of the double Enshroud. So if you're not far enough like along in your Enshroud when you click Arcane Circle, then you won't be able to fit that second Communio, and then it was kind of pointless. There's still, like, that doesn't mean that your Arcane, like your double Enshroud attempt is now pointless or something as a result. Not at all. It just means that, like, more practice, right? Because you will never learn it if you don't try. But I highly do recommend that you don't do Shadow of Death, Shadow of Death. And there you did twice the same reaping. You don't want to do that either. And there you lost Communio. And 2 reaps. It's not a good... that was a problematic double first in Shroud. But we try again. Just... I don't know if you did this intentionally, if that was also a coincidence. I didn't rewind enough. You might have seen in like a double enshroud situation that I'll just do the short version just to demonstrate what I mean. A lot of the time you may have seen that like a double enshroud, you do something like this. And then you go bam, 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 and bam. You're like, there is like, if you don't have, if like the only benefit you have from postponing the first Lemure is that you're waiting until you have Arcane Circle up. If you're not like waiting for any buffs, there's no reason to postpone it. Like you can just, you know, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 Communio. That is an option that will work. But as I said, I don't know if you did it that way for a particular reason, or it was just, oops, forgot Lemure, I'll get it on the next one. Just wanted to mention, because some people might have seen, like, for example, my guides on Double Enshroud and seen it and thought, that's the way to do it. You can do it that way. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with doing it the way that you did. Like, as long as the buffs are still up, you still, like, both of the Lemures get full benefit. There's also another thing, and I think Licky also mentioned this one. This is something that I don't even touch on in my guides, because it gets a little... It gets too complex for, like, the, like, level that my guides are aiming at. But technically, there is, like, a very specific optimization if you're doing late, or if you're doing Gluttony first opener, but also Enshroud at 2 minutes. I believe there's something you need to do where you use Gluttony in between, because Gluttony becomes available or something like that in between. I can't remember exactly. But the key here is that if you do Enshroud first openers, which have a more strict skill speed requirement, by which it's basically no skill speed allowed, you need like 1 materia's worth and no more, then this problem doesn't come up. But specifically with Gluttony first, Gluttony will obviously become available during your double Enshroud, which means that it'll get drifted. As far as I'm concerned, in all content, you will still do enough DPS, even if that drifts. It's just that something you need to keep in mind, that that's technically a potential loss. And usually I believe Gluttony first are better in encounters where this kind of drift doesn't get in the way. Like if the boss is gone anyway at that time. Then you don't lose anything. Zav says I can do late Gluttony on 247, but any more is impossible. Yeah, exactly. I'm pretty sure I say that in my guides as well. I think it's for 247 or 248. It's really specific. And yeah, exactly, Emir. That's also why my guides just talk about Gluttony first, because Gluttony first has a more flexible opener, because you use Arcane Circle and then have multiple GCD, like you have more GCDs than you need in between Arcane Circle and Plentiful Harvest. You can do it with any GCD and it's fine. Like you can adjust it. Could also use the first Dublin Shroud a bit later to align buffs better. That depends on the fight. Like, in your opener, you will use Arcane Circle after the first GCD Ogni, but Arcane Circle has a 20-second duration, which means that it will have 15 seconds left when the rest of the raid buffs come out. There will be some raid buffs that have 20-second duration that will come out at 7 seconds, but the raid burst window is typically viewed as a 15-second window. Typically. And Arcane Circle will cover that. If you then use Enshroud, like you do your double Enshroud, when you use Arcane Circle, that usually comes with, like, at some point during Shadow of Death cast, and then you have 2 Reaps, and then you cast Communio. If everyone else is using their buffs exactly on time, I'm pretty sure that first Communio will catch the buffs. Not 100%. But it's very likely. You might want to postpone it a second. Something like that. Thank you, Aridel. Yeah, anyway, point is that there are a few things that I do realize that Licky pointed out here that I'm like, I don't think that that's necessarily something that is a necessary mistake to point out. But technically, is a thing. Leah says, I personally like doing early Enshroud. A lot of people do. The reason why I recommend early Gluttony is simply because that one doesn't require you to have Savage Gear to do. Like, Zarv just said it, I can do late Gluttony on 247. Wait, late Gluttony is of course the same as early Enshroud. But Ymir has 245. So, not possible. It will clip. Leah says, I just drift and don't care. Well, that's a... I suppose that's also an option. That's also an option. Anyway, let's continue. So, hey Ham, hope you're doing well. What? I have to rewind here. What was it that went wrong here? Oh no, no, don't cross the beams. Don't cross the beams. Yeah, I did see you die, Demi. I was just curious what went wrong. Yeah, the reason why that stack marker kills you is because it gives you a magic, and it gives you a special vulnerability that basically makes the damage too great to survive. I also thought you weren't in the second one, but you were kinda close, and you didn't need to be that close. Yes, as I play with decently high latency, so I drift early Gluttony too, and at that point, oh well. That's fair. That's, I suppose, an important addition to include when you talk about what kind of rotations you run. Because some people will take the advice at face value without realizing that your situation is unique. It means it's about my melee uptime. Now, the thing is, what I mean by that is that you were under the boss. My melee uptime. My melee uptime. Yeah, that does make a lot more sense. Like, if you've seen me... Oh, by the way, so Soul Scythe is on 2 stacks. If you've seen me play, like, Small Kai on Materia at DC, you'll see me make a lot of rotational mistakes. And I'll just, like, act like nothing's wrong. Like, I'll just play it off like nothing's wrong. because on high latency I just can't do it right. Like, I can't do it perfectly. I just straight up can't. So I just don't try. It's melee uptime, not intimate uptime. Uh-oh. The greed! Rewarded for greed! Yeah! For shame, do your rotation perfectly on 300 MS. I might have done that if I was playing like a warrior or something, but for some reason, basically all of the jobs that I have on Small Kai are jobs that are kind of heavily impeded by a high latency. And that is actually, let's take that again, Leah. That is a good point. When was it? This was right here. I do agree. That's a very good timing of Plentiful Harvest. So you can get the ranged attack while you can't reach anyway. You need Gunbreaker on Small Kai. I probably also need a ninja, right? No, Small Kai only has Dragoon, Bard, Astrologian, Black Mage, and Dark Knight. And I think the best one on a high latency among those is Black Mage, and that's still not great. Does Reaper's Crest give a shield or just healing? Reaper's Arcane Crest gives the Reaper a shield. If it breaks, it gives everyone healing over time. It was actually twice the healing over time on release. And then they nerfed it on like the first balance patch to half what it was. Apparently the Arcane Crest just giving like the equivalent of 500 cure potency was a little strong. You know, something that I find a little bit amusing about your hotbars, Emir, is that I'm pretty sure your job buttons over here are bigger than your actual combat buttons. I mean, it's your UI. If it works for you, then that's all that matters, but it's still really funny. Leaky says melee uptime is officially 3 arms, but according to plugins it's 3.49 because 3.5 rounds up to 4 and you're no longer in range. That is interesting. Because that also means that any action that has a range of, for example, 25 actually has a range of 25.49, right? But yet it is a bit weird, Ogni. It's just exactly Dancer is the odd one out. As you may have noticed with other jobs as well, it is pretty common to see bards use Raging Strikes up to 2 GZDs before raid buffs come out. The same applies to a Dragoon using Lance Charge and Dragon Sight. I believe those come out 1 GZD before raid buffs. That's of course because Battle Litany comes out 1 GZD later. Monk uses Riddle of Fire like 1 or 2 GZDs before raid buff timing. Trick Attack, Mug, I believe, comes out 1 to 2 GZDs before raid buffs come out. Embolden can do that as well. And Searing Light, of course, pretty much just first GZD slam it because it's 30 seconds. So it doesn't matter. It'll cover most everything. There's of course different openers, and these days I believe you wait 1 or 2 GZDs so that you can fit your Ruin 4 or something like that. And it doesn't matter for the rest of the group because their burst comes out on 7, right? But that's the logic. Like, the key logic is the way we have optimized openers is that we accept that there is approximately a 15-second burst window about 7 seconds into a fight. And some jobs... exactly, Riddle of Fire comes out 2 GZDs before, but Monk has a faster GZD. But then again, Riddle of Fire also has a 20-second duration. Let's see. Something like this. 1, 2, Riddle of Fire. So 0, 2, 4, and is of course assuming 0 skill speed, which you don't have. 0, 2, 4, 6 raid buffs. Raid buffs here. Like, the raid buffs activate right here when Brotherhood comes out. So yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2. So two GZDs early, but technically, for most jobs, like with a normal GZD, this would be like with a normal GZD, this would mostly be the same, right? Isn't Radiant Finale 10 seconds? 0, 2.5, Radiant Strikes there, 2.5, 5 seconds, dang dang. I mean, it's close enough. Perrin says you would do Searing Light after 1 Astral Impulse, not immediately after summoning Bahamut. Well, I mean, Perrin, I'm just saying that times change. This opener was legitimately one that people used for a while. It's just that times have changed. Which is why I'm saying that things have changed, but not everyone has seen that times have changed. Or some people don't care. Like, logically, this makes sense. Moving Searing Light 1 GCD over is something that I've personally done just myself. And like, you can see here, this opener's rather old because Ruin 4 isn't in it anyway, right? But Searing Light, if you move Searing Light 1 GCD over here, if I remember correctly, if you do that, then Slipstream lands in Searing Light. If you don't, then Slipstream doesn't land in Searing Light. But yeah, openers are weird. Hey, Lunamil. Nope, you're doing well. Ruin 4 is in the burst now? Yeah! People discovered, shockingly, that Ruin 4 being in the burst is optimal. And exactly, Perrin, the problem is that at some point people go, okay, I remember it now. And unless there's like some big mega announcement saying things have changed, then people don't notice. The most interesting part about this is that sometimes when the optimal opener changes, then people don't see it, and sometimes when the optimal opener changes, it doesn't change as in, oh, the old one is useless now. It changes as in, the other one is better for specific situations. Like, this is something that I've specifically worked with or had to deal with for both Machinist and Reaper, because a large percentage, a shockingly large percentage of Reaper mains and Machinist mains, they just look at the first opener presented and go, that's the one. And don't actually recognize the potential differences, which the reason I came into contact with this is because my short demonstrating a Reaper opener and a Machinist opener, both of them had a lot of comments going for the Machinist one, actually delayed tools is better now. Even though if you actually look at the two openers, they're good for different things. It's just that delayed tools is better in an optimized coordinated group. And for Reaper, there's the whole, well, early Gluttony is only good for very select fights, and early Shroud is better for most fights, and is a better default, as far as I know, for that reason. But, in the same vein, I believe the early tools for machines, I can't remember what it's actually called at this moment, is better if you're not in a coordinated group, because it front loads your damage slightly more, which means that if a boss dies before your burst, then you got more damage out, and the power difference is extremely small. Alright, it's early tools, thank you, Mia. The damage difference is insanely small. So who cares, right? Under most circumstances, it doesn't matter. Which means that the main reason people do these, like, this one is actually better, is because they want to be right. It's not about learning anything, it's about being right. And with the Reaper thing, the reason I show the early Gluttony one is because that one works on any skill speed, whereas early Shroud gets janky if you have too much speed. It says, what is the new opener? The new opener that is generally recommended looks like this. So the key differences from the old one is Searing Light is moved 1 GCD over. And now, instead of going Summon, Swiftcast, Slipstream, you go Summon, Right, Ruin 4, Swiftcast, Slipstream. So like Slipstream has been moved away 2 additional GCDs. And Searing Light has been moved 1 GCD. And I think Tincture has also been moved 1 GCD. That's also true. You could also move, like, you could use Swiftcast here if you want. Depending on timing, you might even be able to weave it before Garuda if you want. Like, as long as the Swiftcast is up, like, everything you cast from... Well, actually, everything you cast after Ruin, all of this doesn't spend Swiftcast, so as long as the timing is right. Weaver 1 says that's not the one linked on the openers page for some reason. It's the one on the summoner resources. Yeah, that's the important thing to keep in mind when we talk about this this thing where people are like, job easy, nothing to experiment with, when in actuality there was something, right? But I've said this many times, part of the problem with New Summoner is every time people try to talk about figuring out if there's something you can do better with Summoner, there's that meme with the pigeon and the crow, where the pigeon is like, okay guys, I have an idea, maybe if we do like Ruin 4 in the opener right here, and then the crow just comes in going, Old Summoner was harder! I miss Old Summoner! Old Summoner was harder and better and cooler and more awesome in every way. And it's like, that doesn't matter in this conversation. But it's true. You know the meme? I can't find one with without weird text on it. Here it is. This one. It's kind of tiny. This is the person trying to make a little bit optimization on Summoner. And then this guy is the one that would want old Summoner back. Doesn't want to talk about new Summoner. Aizen says a German with humor, say it ain't so. Who's the German? Who's the German? I'm Danish, if you're talking about me. Yurihin says, as someone who isn't terribly familiar with Summoner, how come the new Summoner opener is better? It's about how much potency you can cram into the damage buffs. That's essentially it. Ruin 4 is a pretty good G-City, just flat out is a good G-City. And if you can fit both that and an Emerald Rite, those two add together for 660 potency, whereas Slipstream is only 610. That's kind of it. Anyway, yeah, Lunamil, I hope your stream went well. Question of curiosity, has anyone called you Ed Sheeran? Oh, Tabitha. This is my picture called People Caetsu Chaiji looks like, according to other people. Ymir says you look like my math teacher. Should I add that? Just like Ymir's math teacher. Licky says when I listen to Volbeat, I think of you. Huh. Is it mean? I don't know. He looks kind of good. He's glowing. But yeah, that is I haven't had to add anything to this recently. Do I look like Simo too? Simo! How many I's and O's are there in that? I believe his actual channel has all those I's and O's. Anyway. CIMO, CIMO. Is Viek still here? Oh, Viek just commented, actually. Just a moment ago. We have a clip from Viek. And I think after that, we're actually running out of clips from people who are actually here. Anyways, fantastic thumbnail for Unscathed. I know, right? This looks promising, doesn't it? Oh, that's a little loud. Does that sometimes. I can't load exactly 10 seconds of the fight. It's really strange. Let me just do this. And this. And this. That's not the video, it actually does that sometimes if YouTube manages to load it weirdly. So far we have the triple kill. Triple kill! That's true, Ilana, but I do think that it is probably for the best to keep running, just so that someone doesn't get the wrong idea. It is, however, a little shocking with all the small quality of life things they've done to bosses throughout the years, like gone back to add things, that mechanic doesn't have, you know, like a proper, like, indicator marker of something to indicate that it's going to suck you in, and it doesn't show two of them. Did he triple weave? He might have. Like, that could also use a knockback marker of some sort. It isn't mandatory. Aurum Vale has gotten updates. That one isn't mandatory. Well, that's nice. Looks like the healer used Isuna on the DPS first. When's the wipe coming? Oh. Triple kill! Again, somehow. The Yuki, on the one hand, I agree. On the other hand, there's a reason why we have more and more markers. Yuki says, maybe hot take, but I think there should be more tells through animation than through markers. How do you make an animation to indicate that something is a stack marker? How do you make an animation to indicate something is a spread marker? How do you make an indication to something that is a proximity AoE? Like, many of the markers we have are actually like warning signals. The boss died. The boss died. So basically, right now the boss died. Like, literally, as you're hurtling towards it, the boss just goes, "I'm taking the ball with me." Just disappears. That's amazingly good. Knockback cancel would have been useful. It would have, but what would you have knockback cancel to? The boss is dead. But yeah, the problem with a lot of markers in Final Fantasy XIV is that with animation, how do you indicate that on this particular spot an ice block is landing and you need to get away from it because it hurts you more the closer you are? There's not really any good way to indicate that, but you make it a proximity AoE marker, and if you're consistent with its use, it makes sense. That's the key thing, and that's a huge benefit of Final Fantasy XIV. It's what makes a lot of mechanics really easily readable, is that most mechanics that do a thing has the appropriate marker to indicate that. The reason why it is a problem in older content is specifically because the older content has the same kinds of mechanics that the newer content has. Sometimes they just don't have the markers. Like, basically all circular knockback mechanics these days come with like a bursting out arrows animation that is really clear. But that boss didn't have that. In a similar vein, they could have reversed that animation and put two of those stacked on top of each other, you know, a little bit like stacked stack markers, you know, when it's a multi-hit stack marker. By the way, I don't believe we had those until Endwalker. They made that marker and then went back and added them some places. But they need, like, the problem is if they're not consistent, it becomes really hard. A particular boss where this was a problem for years was the dinosaur in Somal, because it had blue slimes and red slimes. The red slimes were stack marker attacks. Excuse me. The blue slimes had spread marker attacks. But aesthetically, and yeah, exactly, Leah, that's Emia's exactly right. What I said was we didn't have the correct marker for them. And sometimes they've gone back. I believe new Keeper of the Lake, Midgardsormr, has a multi-stack marker, and legitimately a multi-stack marker. That's because he got reworked after the multi-stack marker was implemented, which was implemented in Endwalker. But yeah, sorry, that I understand that could have been misunderstood. The dinosaur, for years, it would pick up blue slime and then give you a blue marker over your head. What does the blue marker mean, by the way? You know, you have the orange crystal. That means spread marker. Then you have the blue whatever, like the blue thingy whatever. What does that mean? I've never seen it mean anything other than also spread marker. A little bit like the pink spread marker. It's also a spread marker. Exactly. Blue is spread, orange spread, pink also spread, yellow, oh, that one is actually a stack marker. But I believe the reason for that dungeon being like that is because the orange is always a spread marker thing. I think they decided on either in Heavensward, like late Heavensward, or Stormblood. That says which blue marker specifically. Hard to say because they removed it from the dinosaur. Right? I can't remember exactly how they reworked it, but now it uses either an orange marker and a spread marker, or a stack marker. So there's no more confusion. But for years, people had no idea how to deal with the slimes because the boss would grab one, you see an orange marker, you're like, I suppose that's a spread marker, right? And then you just take like 90% of your HP, and that's because it was a stack marker. That's probably an old guide, but basically, all places where that blue marker appeared, it has basically always been a spread marker. So it's just also a spread marker. Orange is a spread until it's a stack, and then you hope it's not on the healer. Cat Damon says they standardized markers with duty support. That is correct. They fixed a lot of these older markers in duties when they did a new pass when they added duty support, which is why the dinosaur has been fixed. But weirdly, they sometimes forget them when it's an... Or I don't know if they forget them, but they skip them if it's not mandatory to the MSQ. Like, for example, recently we went into Dusk Vigil to test something, and well, there is supposedly a Stormblood hunt mark that is that has the same mechanic, but the hunt mark version has a stack, an inwards pointing stack marker for the thing you're supposed to stack for. It's the same marker as Shiva uses for the line knockback thing. Yeah, which means it's kind of like a spread marker, right? Kind of, but it's blue because it's Shiva. It's blue because it's a blue slime. That's how they used to do markers, by the way. Well, it's a blue attack, so blue marker, right? So it used to be worse. But you're right, Yuki, that I'm not saying they should add more markers. I'm mostly saying they should be consistent. They should be consistent. Which means if they have an indicator for knockback, a circular knockback, then anything that has a circular knockback should have that. Even if it's a little excessive, it should have that, because just because you have a wind tornado that looks like it could burst out and be a knockback, that could also just be an AoE attack. You don't know. And the game has taught you that when it's a knockback, it tells you. So otherwise, they have to make it so that all mechanics that looks like a tornado has to have a knockback attached. And they don't all do. That's the problem. So that's why I'm if you can sell it with animation alone, perfect. But you have to be consistent. Also, hey Cole, hope you're doing well. Oh, we have a clip from Cole. Waiting in the wings. The ribbing aggro clip. I believe I'm pretty sure I am in this clip. Are you ready? And Paladin hates skill speed. Oh yeah, that's me talking. Sonic Break and Double Down, you're using once per no mercy. So again, doesn't really matter. I guess if you have the skill speed, you some players might elect to maybe let them drift a little bit forward. I can't imagine you. Let me just do this. A little confusing, isn't it? We're talking about speed and paladins. It's called aggro rip. Also, there's something weird about your party frames. Have you like set them to be like slightly see-through? It makes me think that you're out of range of everyone, which makes no sense because it also means you. And that's also true, Yuki. That is actually a really good example of how it wouldn't work. If all wind has to like be consistent, then Yuki says, I just think catching players off guard is good sometimes. See, the way I view that, just to finish on this conversation, is I call that a mean mechanic if the reason you died is because you had no chance to get how the mechanic worked. That means the mechanic is bad. Like, if the mechanic is made to be hard to grasp, that's a mean mechanic. It's a little bit like burden of knowledge kinds of stuff, is that it's just designed to be mean. If the mechanic can only kill you if you don't know how it works, then it's not a good mechanic. Like, if it's impossible for it to hurt you if you know how it works, then it's not very fun. And that's also true, as Dart says, you have to think like a game developer. Being mean for no reason leads to quit moments, and you don't want those. Put it in Savage, but not normal. That's a good point. Like, speaking of which, and speaking of unfair things, yesterday I was playing Lies of P. I know this is a little bit of a tangent, and I was playing through the areas leading up to the Black Rabbit Brotherhood, if anyone's played the game, and the third time that an enemy hit me from like behind a door, or like they stood right next to the wall as I walked into a room, the third time it happened, I was no longer, I didn't find it very unique anymore. I had reached the point where every time I walked up to a small corridor, I would basically angle my camera to look both sides before I cross. And I didn't trust anything, didn't trust bridges, because 2 out of 3 bridges break in that game. Like, you see what I mean, right? It's really, really, at some point becomes like, yeah, I've seen this. You give me a bridge, it's going to break. You give me a door, there's an enemy behind it. I don't know if it's like elevators in Dead Space, because I haven't played Dead Space, but it's really, it was just something that stood out to me. Tabitha says, mean mechanics should be kept to Extreme, Savage, and Ultimate. They should have never been in normal, since its mean mechanics are literally not normal. I suppose that's true. There's also the part that most quote-unquote mean mechanics in Savage or Extreme are often souped-up versions of normal mechanics. Like, for example, if we should take a mean mechanic on Goldbears, which we saw earlier, on normal, he like winds up to cleave in front of him. That's a really obvious tell, but it's kinda late that the cleave marker actually appears, and he then goes wham, and then he nearly kills you. On Extreme, he winds up, and right in the last moment, there's like some sort of indicator, and then he cleaves. Then he turns 180 degrees and almost instantly cleaves again. How on earth are you supposed to know that? Right? Like, he gives you no warning on that one. It's just wham, whoop, wham. Have you done Ivalice? It's 30% mean mechanics. Let's see. The Thunder God has mean mechanics. All 3 versions of his blade mechanics are technically mean by the by the example that he does some sort of motion with his swords, but they don't indicate what the attack is. Like, it doesn't, like, it's not obvious that, oh, that's a circle AoE, that's a donut AoE. There, he hits specific circles. Like, those are technically, by that metric, they're mean mechanics. You could also argue that Math Robot is a mean mechanic. But then again, he does give you all the information you need. See... Gold says, I just thought it was funny to pull most of the pack. I should have kept sending fouls. I mean, at this point in the poll, you shouldn't be able to steal aggro. Now that's funny. The quadruple flare, that's always funny. Yeah, you should absolutely you absolutely you could have gone foul, amplifier, foul. Also, why was amplifier just sitting there? Where foul? Foul Doko. That's pretty good. How though? Like actually how? How did you steal aggro after that? Yuki, the reason why we're saying mean in that regard is because if we're saying, like, basically, by definition, if we're saying a mean mechanic is something that gets you because you don't know how it works, then a mechanic that doesn't clearly indicate what the boss is going to do would fall under this umbrella term of mean mechanics. I'll also say that, from my perspective, I don't think I would call that a mean mechanic. But that's mainly because I see people get hit by them and caught by them even though they know how they work. Like, the whole thing is actually remembering how they work. Not, like... basically, a mechanic that can only get you the first time, hypothetically, because you can only react to it correctly if you know how it works... That's like what like perfectly aligns with what I believe is a mean mechanic. But there's a lot of cases where like you have mechanics that are kind of like that, but they're not unfair to the degree where you'd be like actually caught off guard by them. Like, the thing that makes most of the Thunder Gods attacks there not too unfair is that they don't one-shot you. Like, that's the key here, is that my example of a mean mechanic is that double pull-in on the first boss in Dunscaith. The reason why that one is a mean mechanic is not because it pulls you in twice. If it pulled you in twice and then just hurt a lot when you got it wrong, it wouldn't, in my mind, qualify as a mean mechanic, because you go, ow, that hurt, that was kinda rude, just like the double pull-in, that's a little unfair, but you don't die. So you'll live another day. It doesn't get the free kill on you for your lack of knowledge. The thing that makes it go from that's kind of unfair to mean mechanic is that it kills you if you get it wrong. It's like straight up one shot. That's where it becomes unfair and actually mean, in my opinion. It's mean when you can't do math. And like that's genuinely like how I see it, is that mean mechanics are specifically ones that kill you for not getting them. But sometimes it's also just mechanics that are designed in an unfair way. But that's really, again, that's hard to define. And yes, exactly, Weaver 1. That's kind of also what I'm getting at, is when there are new or unique mechanics, but they're clear and the first time doesn't outright kill you, then it's fair. And that's also what happens with a lot of bosses. Most bosses we see these days will show you the mechanic. Or sometimes they'll even show you the mechanic in like a dumbed down version. Like sometimes like I could actually imagine that if Dunscaith was made today, that boss would have had, first of all, that pull-in would have had like a very specific like indicator where it like pops out and then shows that it's like sucking you in. But it would have an even more grandiose indicator sucking you in harder, so that you get the impression the second time the mechanic happens later in the fight that this time it pulls you twice. Because that would be like the upgraded, more souped up version, is that it pulls you in twice. But first they have to show you that this mechanic kills you if you stand in the circle, and it pulls you. So they have to show you that it pulls you, and then the next time they'll show you that, well, now it pulls even harder. And yeah, that's also the classic Licky. Show first mechanic, show second mechanic. Now, what if we combine them? Thank you for holding my tail, I guess. Emia says, how do I make my recordings better? That's hard to say. Try and look at different settings. Depending on how strong your computer is, it just might not be able to like make the graphics better. But I don't know. I don't know what your settings are, but something happened. And that is also, by the way, part of the problem with more modern bosses. Is that because they go, here's my first mechanic, now here's my second mechanic, now let's try and combine them, and then here's my third mechanic, and what if we try and combine that one with one of the first two, and now what if we try and combine the other, and then what if we try to combine all, oh, I'm dead. Like, they take way too long to get somewhere. But I think part of the problem is that because the bosses have to give you ample time to actually move, they often spend a lot of time casting the mechanics. So it might be healthy if the bosses actually had more health. That would be a good start. Give them more HP. Or they, you know, got the show on the road a little bit faster. Like, actually, something that might help is if they, you know, show them first mechanic, then they show the second mechanic, and then they do both of them faster, like combined. A front-loaded fight? That would also be kind of interesting. I think we've actually talked about an idea like that. I think we talked about it in the context of the solo challenge. That weirdly, a lot of bosses, like, eventually they actually run out of things. Like, at some point, the boss just runs out of things, and I don't know why it happens. A particular example that we ran into on stream was Anamnes is a Nida. It has a mechanic where it causes 4 grates in the arena to splash. You have to stand on them to prevent ads from spawning. That means if you're a solo, you can only stop 1 ad from spawning, so you have to fight the other 3. While the ads are there, the boss is invulnerable, doesn't really progress other mechanics, and just kind of spams tank busters on you and smacks you really hard. Which is actually more dangerous than all of her other mechanics, because most of them are dodgeable. Then, a little later in the fight, you know, once you've killed the ads and she starts to progress her mechanics again, she will have 8 grates do something, but 4 of them will have a hand over them and will automatically kill the ad as it spawns. But that still means that you can only stop 5 of the 8 ads from spawning, which means you have to fight 3 of them. Now, you might think, okay, so what usually happens is she will do the second one with the 8 ads and then she dies. Surely she will use that mechanic again, right? Like, the first one was the, this is how the grates mechanic works. Then she has the hands appear, so she goes, this is how the hands work. And then she combines the mechanics, hands and grates. The hands kill the grate mobs, and the mobs make me invulnerable, so you need to help those hands. She'll use it again, right? Nope. She uses that mechanic a grand total of 2 times, which meant that I was basically like running and like having an uphill battle, trying to keep up with the cooldown upkeep of surviving all that. And then when she ran out of ads, she started using her tank buster way less, and started using mechanics that were dodgeable way more, and she stopped summoning ads, which meant that we spent like 3-4 minutes dealing with these ads, and then like 6 minutes where she just kind of sandbagged. Like just sandbagged and nothing. And a lot of bosses do this, so we had this conversation of what if bosses in dungeons had enrages? Like soft enrages where after a certain amount of time they get like a damage buff or something. That would be interesting. That could make it harder to just solo them. And it would be interesting because then it means you can't just like beat over the bosses by just healing through it. But the problem with that idea, she only had 8 employees. Well, she had 12. But she killed 4 of them herself. For some reason. Weird that. And yeah, also in Alzadal's Legacy, the spinning mechanic only happens twice for some reason. But so the reason why a soft enrage like that would be a bad idea is because, well, if we take the Anamnesis and Nida example, a strong, solid group where everyone knows what they're doing will kill the boss before a third hypothetical ad phase would have appeared. That's why people think there would be one, but there isn't, is because most groups will have killed the boss before that. But if she had a soft enrage, who would have to deal with that? The groups predominantly filled by worse players that really didn't need it to get any harder. Like, they already had deaths to the ads that they didn't prevent from spawning. Like, it was already too hard. They don't need an enrage on it. The players that would find the enrage funny are the players that will never see it. So the only way to make that interesting is if the difficulty was, for example, front-loaded, but then again, it might hit the worst players really hard. But if you front-load a boss, so as in the boss starts with the hard mechanics and then, you know, winds down as the fight progresses, so that it gets easier and easier, then it means that the weaker, like the less perfect players, you could say, will find the fight harder. If they can survive like the opening barrage of stuff, then they can recover and like deal with the easier mechanics that come in the latter part of the fight. And that kind of works, right? That way it gives the really strong players a real challenge because the boss just comes out swinging and just immediately hits you as hard as they can, which makes sense. Of course, it also hurts the less experienced players, but because the boss just basically do the Sans Undertale thing of, what? I thought you'd, like, why wouldn't you lead with your best move thing? It of course also means that at some point, they will run out of things and start to, like, go from doing 3 mechanics at once to doing 2 mechanics at once to doing 1 mechanic at once. And maybe at some point they'll just be like, I'm too tired, I'll just auto-attack now. Which kind of also would make sense. Also, hey Muels, hope you're doing well. Also, hey Fatman, hope you're doing well as well. Cole says, the Anamnesis and Nida grades are an impossible mechanic. I've never seen a party not spawn at least one single ad. I miss the days of Anamnesis and Nida being in the expert roulette. You didn't even have to say anything. People just knew. As long as the boss doesn't lead with their enrage, that is. They come out swinging, just 6 9s, you're dead. Catdamon says Lapis Manalis bosses started repeating mechanics at like 85% health. You know, the weirdest ones that I saw soloing Endwalker bosses was I discovered that the second boss in Lapis Manalis, the Goth Girl, has a tank buster. The second boss in Lunar Subterrane has a tank buster. It's just that they do everything else twice and then a bit. And then they go, all right, I have a tank buster. Like, actually, the anteater, whatever it's called, the ant thing, ant creature thing in Lunar Subterrane will do the dash around the room to break all the pillars 4 times to actually break all the pillars, and then I think one more time, or is it twice, and then it'll remember that it has a tank buster, which means if you actually wrote out its entire mechanic sequence, it basically has every single mechanic in its arsenal, like 5 or 6 times, and then a tank buster. And that tank buster has a unique animation and sound effect, and nearly no one will see it. Oh yeah, the final boss also has a tank buster, that's also true. And yeah, Thordan on normal does the gets tired thing, that's also true. Tank buster in case of emergency. But it's really weird. But I do think that would be an interesting twist. One way they could do that with a boss going all out is, I'm not 100% sure how they would like how they would make the story of such a dungeon, but let's say you have like a little bit like the Tower of Zod maybe, where you have like the first and the second boss feature in the final boss, so they could just show you the first boss's mechanics, and then the second boss's mechanics, and then on the third boss, they just open with all of it at once. And then, I mean, maybe the logical reasoning as to why the mechanics, like, drop down is because, well, the way you fight it is that you kill one of them, and then those mechanics disappear, and then you kill the other one, and then those mechanics disappear. And that means that when they do, 3 mechanics at once, then the only unknown is the final boss. That adds a little extra. Yeah, kind of like High Seraph. Hey Orion, hope you're doing well. The last boss in Tower of Zod is crazy. It is, yet you can solo it as a warrior. Synced. You just need to bring 3 friends to let you in. They could have done this with the layer. They could. I think that was kind of what they were going for. And the problem with the layer is that I feel like, and we've talked about this many times, I feel like the problem with Alliance raids is that on the one hand there's 24 players, which means that it is very easy to just like make a mechanic that can kill off 5 players, just 5 there, 5 there. They can recover, they'll rest. But if you do it too fast and too furious, then they can't actually recover. And the reason why that's a problem is because Alliance raids, at the end of the day, are a type of content that is made to be beaten, which of course sounds completely nonsensical, because even an ultimate is meant to be beaten. But Alliance raids, normal difficulty trials, normal difficulty raids, dungeons, are content that is not just meant to be beaten, it's meant to be beaten in that set, like in that session. It's not meant to have you come back multiple times. And under nearly any circumstances, it will work out that way. Normalize griefing Alliance B. But because of this, it means that while Alliance raids can get away with being a little crueler than a normal trial or a normal raid, or even a dungeon, because there's so many more players that there's a reasonable chance you can, have enough people survive to recover. Then, the problem just is that while you can make it harder, if you make it too hard, then it like spills over in extreme or savage difficulty in a way. And the thing is, and I think we've talked about this before, if they made, say, the level 100 dungeon, let's say let's say that we reach Dawn Trail, right? And the final dungeon of the MSQ happens, and that one is, you know, challenging, but it's fine. And then in the first patch, where they release the equivalent of Alzdal's Legacy, they add one that is insanely hard. Like, actually, like, people are wiping on this regularly. And I suppose the Savage Raiders and so on will be like, finally! Like, yes, endly. Endly? That's Danish. Finally, something for us. You might think that. But, for the next 4 months, there would be a 1 in 4 chance that you get this dungeon again every time you do your every time you do your expert roulette, if you do it. I suppose it would just be level 90 roulette, but you get what I mean. And then the following 4 months after that, there would be a 50% chance that you get this killer dungeon. And you have to re-clear once a week. You wouldn't have to re-clear once a week. It's a dungeon. You would have to do your expert roulette up to 5 times a week. Yay! And there's just a chance you get it. And, like, if you're a Savage Raider, you might not need that. Like, maybe you get your weekly tombstones in a different way. And if you're a Savage Raider, you could just do the terrible dungeon with 3 Savage Raider friends in your static, right? So it's not that bad. But if you're not, like, if you're, like, Savage Raider and Party Finder, or you're not a Savage Raider, then, no, that's not solved by adding more dungeons. That's not solved by adding more dungeons. And I can tell you why in just a moment. So what would happen there is, if you want to get your weekly tombstones from Expert Roulette, there's this chance that you'll just end up in a group that just isn't capable of doing it. And there's also, like, there's a high likelihood that then some of them would divert to doing hunts or something instead. But I'm just saying, Leah, there's also a significant population of players that just don't want to do that. Like, they just don't want to do that. So they would, like, the problem is, what could happen is some players would feel alienated by not being able to do their daily roulettes because they'll get trounced by this evil dungeon, which would cause people to quit. So that wouldn't be good. Now, Penke, the reason why I'm saying that wouldn't solve it is because in World of Warcraft, we're back. In Wrath of the Lich King, they added the Dungeon Finder. Basically, this, right? And you could use that to do daily heroic dungeons, which are like slightly souped up versions of regular dungeons. And you just get a random one. And it could be any dungeon from the expansion, pretty much. Just maxed out to max level. By the way, wish we had that in Final Fantasy XIV, but I guess it isn't needed with level syncing. And there's like 10 of them. But the general consensus was, and this I believe both applied to classic Wrath of the Lich King, but also original Wrath of the Lich King. If you queued and landed in the Oculus, which was allegedly the hardest of the dungeons, or the most confusing of them at least, or the longest, depending on what you're looking at, someone would just instantly leave. Like, just, you know, Like how you've seen, like sometimes you see people queue for, like you come into Labyrinth of the Ancients and then you see someone leave instantly. Because I'm not doing that. I don't know why, but I don't want to do that. Or I don't want to do Circus Tower. Or I don't want to do whatever. Someone would instantly leave, and the reason was the Oculus was harder and longer than all of the other dungeons on the list. So some players just deemed that it was better time to just not do it. Like straight up, I was reminded today when someone was like, why is it that when you get kicked from a dungeon in World of Warcraft, you get a 30-minute deserter debuff, so you can't queue for anything? The reason was, for like among other things, that back then, when you got the Oculus, some people would actually go, yeah, I'm not playing. You guess you'll have to kick me. Because then they could dodge the deserter debuff. So they had to add it as an additional punishment for getting kicked. So that people didn't abuse it. Isn't that insane? That's what could potentially happen if we one day had an expert roulette where one of the dungeons were just way harder. Nothing you can do. Either all of the dungeons have to be that hard. Or none of them. Because if they're all hard, then you can't dodge any of them. Like, if they're all hard, you can't dodge any of them. If none of them are hard, then there's no problem. Cat Damon says the Oculus wasn't hard, people were just bad at riding dragons. That's correct, and you know why? Because they never did the Oculus. It's the same problem as people going, Near raids are so long, Evil's raids are so hard, Void raids are so difficult. It's because they never do them. So they don't know how the mechanics work. So they take longer, and they're harder. Because they don't do them. Like, that never fails. It never fails. Because people are dodging them because they're hard, but they're hard because you're dodging them. Yeah, Ilana also says, note that in WoW, having multiple characters is almost baseline. So if you quit a dungeon, you don't care about the malice. You just go to another character and do your things and come back later. That's true, at least for some players. For some players. And yeah, exactly, Saf. The thing is, if someone refuses to play, but they're clearly there and they're expecting you to kick them, then you tell them that they have to leave. Easy as that. No, you'll get to stay here. And they might think, ha, well, I'm wasting you 3 players' time. Or are we wasting yours? We'll be the jailers of the idiot. Just for the fun of it. I never quit the Oculus, but what would usually happen is that I would queue in, land in the Oculus, see 3 players left, and then go, oh. Then I might wait and see if we got replacements, and when we do, they leave too, and then I go, and then I leave. I've done the same with extremes in Mental Roulette. Joined, sat there for 5 minutes and waited for replacements, and eventually just come to the conclusion that this group is never going to fill. The true toxic way is to kick before the final boss. That is quite toxic, yeah. And the point is that if you sit there, if you kick the person who says, kick me, I don't want to be here, then you're rewarding their behavior in a way. If you refuse to kick them, then from their perspective, they're basically staring down a punishment they're getting anyway. Like, they're going to sit through that punishment time because they're not getting kicked. They now have the choice to A, play the game, or B, leave. And the sooner they make a choice, the sooner they'll get to do something else. Isn't there no punishment for being the second person to leave in this game? That is correct. If someone else has already left, there's no punishment for leaving. That is correct. I believe it's the same thing in World of Warcraft. If you leave a group that already isn't full, there's no punishment. And I think it would be awesome, by the way, if we had harder dungeons. But they have to be in addition. Like, not instead of dungeons. As in, you know how we would be able to get those front-loaded bosses? How would we get the Dark Elf that just immediately goes, BAM! 3 staffs, did you see them? Oh, they're gone now. And then just immediately with like the chessboard pattern and the spread markers, and like right after the spread markers, there's like a stack marker you have to hurry in for or something. You'd get that potentially in Lunar Subterrane Hard or Lunar Subterrane Savage or something. And I also like the variant dungeons. The thing that I don't feel like... The thing I feel like the variant dungeons didn't quite grasp and deal with properly is that the variant dungeons, really cool and very unique. The Criterion dungeons, very cool and very unique in a way. But the thing that they failed to do, at least from my perspective, and I don't think I'm the only one that feels that way, is that the Criterion dungeons feel like 4-man Savage raids. They don't feel like dungeons. I don't know what it would take to make a dungeon that feels like a 4-man Savage dungeon as opposed to a 4-man Savage raid, but the Criterion dungeons feel like raid and not dungeon. I think the problem is that, and I like the problem I think that we run into with this is that in World of Warcraft there's many difficulties, but basically all of the dungeon difficulties, just the regular dungeon difficulties, and nowadays, like on live, I believe they have normal, heroic, mythic, and then there's the mythic plus stuff. The normal heroic and mythic ones are like gradually harder versions, and both heroic and mythic are max level stuff. So basically you have max level and hard max level, right? And both of them are reasonably easy to do. It's just that on heroic, they show you the mechanics. On mythic, you might actually die if you ignore the mechanic or don't get it. Then on mythic plus, they basically just tune up the numbers. Like, just increase the numbers on everything, and you just keep going until you no longer can. And that solves the problem. Like, that solves the problem. Basically, you have the normal version, which is like the story mode version, right? Then you have the heroic version where they've souped it up to max level. They might have added a new mechanic, but now it's max level instead of whatever level it was before. So now you could use, in Final Fantasy XIV terms, now you can use Paradox in Tower of Zod, or whatever. Then, in Mythic, they add an extra mechanic, or multiple mechanics, and increase the numbers. And then, the keys basically go, okay, what if we increase everything by 10%? Okay, what if we increase it by 10% from that? What if we increase it 10%? What if we, like, basically every time you beat it, what if we added 10% more to HP and damage repeatedly? And at some point it's no longer possible. And at some point you start to get really creative. I believe back in Legion I heard stories of how the speedrunners of that category beat like plus 23, which is 10% more to the power of 23, right? They beat that in the time attack, which is also in Mythic Plus, by kiting everything. Because everything hit so hard the tank couldn't actually tank trash mobs anymore. Like, the trash mobs hit too hard, so the tank couldn't actually tank. You needed to AoE stun and mass slow and things like that, so that you could, like, keep the mobs away. And then the tank basically did the equivalent of tanking with Tomahawk. Because they couldn't get close, they'd die. And that's also true in WoW, there's more incentive to gear in dungeons. And that's also part of the problem with adding new content like this is, if you add new content and it's fun, but the rewards suck, then people will go, oh, it's kind of a shame that I have no reason to do this more than once. And then they'll not do it more than once. And they'll just not do it anymore. That's it. It's over. Whereas if the gear drops are really good, but people don't like the content, or it's too hard or something, then they'll be mad that they have to do it. That is quite interesting, Licky. Does that also give more loot? Trash mobs stopped being trash. Yeah. They advanced to become not trash. But that is kind of like the problem with adding harder content in Final Fantasy XIV, is that our gearing system is honestly kind of basic. Like very, very minimalistic in a way. And we could add something to it. What would people care if you add to it? And if we had Savage Dungeons, right? Who's the target audience? It's probably somewhere between casuals and Savage Raiders. Because the Savage Raiders are already happy. They'd probably be fine if they just got more Savage bosses, right? Yeah, they don't need a special fancy schmancy Savage Dungeon. They'll do with more Savage content. Just Savage bosses, please. So it's somewhere between. Which means if the loot from Savage Dungeons is as good as Savage Raid content, then it's as an alternative gearing way for Savage Raiders. If it is worse, then Savage Raiders could in some capacity look at it and go, why would I ever do this? And if it is harder than Savage Raids, then, non-Savage Raiders will go, why would I ever do this? It's too hard. It would be cool if the hard dungeons were actually hard and not just different. Yeah, I agree. And I also agree on that one, Zaf. That's kind of part of the problem with adding more gearing options, is that if you added more gearing options, that is something you'd also have to do. Drop glams. That could be a way. I don't know. What if it's just an idea, what if the Savage Dungeons dropped slightly worse gear than Savage Raids, like 5 item levels, so it's basically between the Tombstone gear, unaugmented, and the Savage Raid gear, but it has a different stat line than the Savage Raid gear, and Savage Raids drops an item that would allow you to upgrade the Savage Dungeon gear to the Savage Raid item level. That would mean that and of course it has to have a different stat line than the Tombstone gear and the Savage Raid gear. This would mean that it would have a third ring option, first of all, and if a gear piece, like if both options for a gear slot sucks, then you could use that. Why not just be rate equivalent? I think it's that's the reason why I'm saying it should be slightly lower, but be upgradable, is mainly because I feel like if it was equal to Savage Raid content, it would kind of step too hard on the toes of Savage Raiding itself, and then it would have to be harder. Like, it would have to be as hard as Savage Raids, and if the target audience for this content is somewhere between Savage Raiders and casuals, then it should probably be, like, balanced somewhere between there, right? There's also the argument that, personally, I feel like Savage Dungeons should be in a difficulty where it's not something you proc on for days. It's something that you can farm. And if you can farm gear that is as good as Savage Raid gear, that's not good. Like, that's a bad idea. Cole says, I mean, Tome Gear is raid equivalent, and anyone can get any Tome Gear very easily. Cole, have you played the game before Thalea came out? Like, did you come into max level before this Alliance raid came out? Yes, no? There's a 4-month time frame where there is no way except Savage Raiding for upgrading your Tome Gear to augment it. No way. As in, a casual could only get 650 for 4 months. And then you get 1 upgrade a week. And never weapons. Never weapons. With Hunt you could upgrade. Not before Thalea. So those got added when Thalea was added. They get added together. Yes. They get added together. 4 months where you can't upgrade, and this has actually been the case for years. This was also the case in Shadowbringers and Stormblood. It was just that the the patch cadence back then was 3 months. But yeah, when a Savage Raid tier came out, there was several months where there was no way to get Savage quality gear. Which of course means that if they were to add Savage Dungeons, they would have to be added before the raid tiers Alliance raid. Otherwise, what's the point? And when I say what's the point, I of course mean this one came too late, so people didn't care. I believe that's 655. But yeah, 4 month time frame where you couldn't upgrade the gear without Savage Raiding. There's of course the argument that if you added Savage Dungeons, there might be a reason to make that time frame longer, especially if the Savage Dungeons don't come on at the same time as the Savage Raids. When did the current relic weapon become best in slot? Because I know it wasn't in the first iterations. Relic weapons are basically alternatives throughout an expansion, but the relic weapons become the best weapon in the final, like, patch. Like, I believe the relic weapons peaked in 655. That's when they became better than Savage weapons. Before that, they weren't. And I see what you mean, Cole. The reason why I'm kind of not sure on that, like, personally, I don't care. But I know that there would absolutely be players that would be like, no, that's a bad idea. If you said that you could just farm basically Savage Raid gear from Savage Dungeons. Reason being that, yeah, you could put a weekly lockout on them. You could do that. You could absolutely do that. But if they give the same quality gear, then they should also, I think, at least be the same quality difficulty. Again, you might say, but why does that matter when Alliance raids will eventually give you the same quality? Yeah, but on a delay, and it's a lot more tedious. Like, Alliance raids and hunts are designed to be more tedious than Savage raiding. For a reason. Even if you could get raid equivalent from other sources, you still have to clear the tier to get best in slot and unlock the ultimate. To unlock the ultimate, if there is one, and Cole, you said I don't know, Savage Gear being on any sort of pedestal is weird to me. What if, just for the sake of example, we had a raid tier where most of the best stat lines were on the Tome gear, and the Savage gear just so happened to mostly kinda suck? Then, by my suggestion, your Savage Dungeons would have a third unique stat line. So, like, if the Tome gear had, like, the Tome chest piece had crit det, and the Savage piece had, I don't know, skill, speed, and direct hit, then the Dungeon Savage, or Savage Dungeon piece would then have to have something like, well, it could have crit speed, or crit direct hit, or determination and direct hit, but it can't have the same as the other two, because it has to present itself as a third option. If you landed in it like that, could lead to a situation where the best in slot didn't include the Savage raid at all. Probably wouldn't, but it could. Then you wouldn't need to do the raid tier to get full biz. Would that be a problem? Or am I taking it too far now? I'm stealing you're offering a hand and I take the whole arm. Hard to say, Zarf, on that one. That's true, Licky. The stats are made manually, so you always want a decent distribution. That is true. But I'm just saying, if they added a new type of, like, difficult content, Dungeon Savage, maybe they would feel incentivized to make the first tier that this exists in. It's really important, because those are actually 5 of the pieces you want from just that. And that's fair, Cole. That is also the best way to approach it. The reason why I, in my suggestions in these kinds of situations, kind of put, like, Savage gear a bit on a pedestal is because I know that there is a significant amount of players that do care that the Savage gear is the best gear. The kind of players that get a little miffed that other people can get Savage quality gear by just doing casual content because they don't deserve it or whatever, I don't know. And those people would probably be quite angry if a slightly, hypothetically, slightly easier difficulty was added that also gives Savage tier gear. And then there's also the part that there's also the players that are somewhere in between. There's super weird ones that are hard to explain. They exist, but they're hard to explain. The ones that get angry that difficult content is added because they feel obligated to do it when they don't want to. And the reason why that's a weird perspective is exactly because of what Zav just said. If you feel obligated to grind for the best gear in the game, for some reason, but you're not actually interested in Savage raiding, what do you need the gear for? Like, if you think Savage raiding is fun, like, go for it. Enjoy. But if you're doing Savage raiding to get gear, what are you using the gear for? Ultimates? Why? If you don't like hard content, why are you doing ultimates? I agree with that, Cole. The reason why my suggested middle ground was like that is the reason why my suggested middle ground was Savage dungeons give slightly worse gear, but by doing Savage raids you'll get the materials to upgrade it so that it is a competitive option. But you have to graduate from Savage dungeons to Savage raiding so that it offers itself as another avenue to like build yourself up to Savage raid, so it isn't just extremes and then like up here there's Savage raiding. There's like an extra step. But you have to take that step to get fully best in slot. And then this alternative third gear set that would come from these Savage dungeons would have to have different stats than the Tome gear and the Savage gear, because if it isn't different, then it doesn't offer anything. And the particular pain point that I keep noticing is the ring. I think it is absolutely absurd that there's no choice. Like, technically no. Like, if you want full maximum item level, you don't have a choice in rings, because there are only 2. That's ridiculous. But that's basically the middle ground, is that I think that it would work as an excellent stepping stone to get more people into Savage raiding. Oh, and you could even fix it by making it so that, oh well, you can also buy the items to upgrade the Savage Dungeon gear. You can also buy that with Alliance Raid tokens or hunting, like, nuts from clan hunts and all that. So, like, it doesn't get left in the dust when Alliance Raids come. Well, Perrin, I did say if you want full 660, how many do you have then? They have to be 660. What did you think I meant? Because that's not what I said, was it? How many ring options? You have exactly 2 options for each role if you actually want full maximum item level. No worries, Perrin. You only have 2. That's dumb. And hilariously, it could be solved if they just made the rings not unique. That's all it would take. And they even realized that because the tome rings from previous expansions are made no longer unique. No, actually, they had that. There was a really funny thing. I believe they did this in Shadowbringers. In Shadowbringers, so before this patch in Shadowbringers, right? The way that it worked is that you bought whatever gear you wanted for Poetics, and then you needed to buy the upgrade material. They cost 100 Poetics each to then upgrade the items, which meant that it was just, part of the gearing process that you bought a ring, upgraded it, and then bought another ring, because they were unique. That's just how it worked. That's also actually rings and necklaces and stuff used to cost 180 Poetics, but now they cost 280 because they just baked in the cost. Obviously want to upgrade it. But when they added this feature where you could no longer buy the unaugmented version, and they just sold you the augmented version out the box, there was a short time frame where it meant you could not get 2 rings. As in, you needed to get an augmented crafted ring, because there was no way to buy a second Poetics ring. I believe this time frame was like a few weeks. Like in a hotfix, they removed the unique tag on the Poetics rings. Because obviously that wasn't smart. But yeah. Really big brain time on that one. And when I say big brain time on that one, I of course mean that I was actively leveling a job at that time. I went and got an augmented crafted ring done, and before I reached the level where I needed it, the patch had already arrived. So I just had a Night Steel Stormblood ring that I didn't need. Just lying there. Anyway, there was something that I did want to show here. I don't know about the remaining clips, what I'll do with those. I was hoping to clear the entire list today. But I do want to show this, because we're talking about this clip of how to deal with Suzaku as more than one player without it all being tanks. And Vivi's clip was the one, I believe. So how is it done?
You gave me the strength to rise from the ashes.
And just intentionally activating all 4, bringing them over to the corner. And instantly killing them before they stack buffs. I was confident Cremate would activate them as well, but I guess not. And see, the common problem in this mechanic is that the feather in the center cannot be broken on time. So there's no way to avoid all 4 birds like resting at that point. But you can break the other ones. Thank you, cat. Enjoy your day. Now they don't respawn. I'm a bit surprised that you can just kill them all instantly with Primal Rend. Yeah, this of course means that you don't get one-shotted. Which then makes it possible to do the duty with 2 players without them both being tanks. GOAT stands for greatest of all time. Ilana says, while we're talking about unique things, why are pieces like chest, gloves, etc. unique? Excellent question. I don't know. I have one possible reason, but it's not a good one. You know how you know how current raid tier gear cannot be desynthed? You can't use desynthesis on it. And it's unique. The same applies to the Alliance raid gear. You know, the Glamour gear. I think the reason is, if you could have multiple of them, there might, underline on might, possibly be players that would be greedy enough to just yoink in more and more covers to just have gear so they can desynth it later. As in, they're clicking need on that cover, but what they mean is greed. They want it because they want 5,000 gil, or whatever this item will turn into when they desynth it. So unique plus cannot be desynthesis, so that you can have only one. Exactly, and the reason why they need to have both of these things is if you could desynth it, but it was unique, then people would just need the covers and open them as a job they don't play, desynth, and then yoink another cover. If they were not unique, but they couldn't be desynthed, well, I mean, you can desynth them next expansion, and yes, there would be people greedy enough to just yoink in, just stockpile, to desynth next expansion. It's free money for them. If you're in a party finder group, they don't care about you. You're basically nothing. The moment this group has dispersed, you don't matter anymore for them. But those 5,000 gil, it could be 10, it could be 50,000 gil even. But the point is, it's a irrelevant amount of money, while the item itself during the raid tier is priceless, right? So they make it unique and impossible to desynth, so that you have no reason to yoink them. You can't even sell them. Like, the vendor will not have them. They don't want it. They're completely worthless for anyone except the owner of the item. But I do see that if they weren't unique, you would be able to, overcome the problem that some roles require, like some jobs require different stat lines, even though they're in the same category. They could solve this, but that might not be a way that would be very good if they want materia sinks. They could make it so that, hypothetically, they could make it so that when you save a gear set, it saves the materia that are in the item. And then when you switch to a different gear set, like when you then switch, like you change the gear, and then you like for example, you fill a chest piece with like crit materia for one set, and for a different set you fill it with spell speed, but you save both gear sets. When you switch, it just like pulling a rabbit out of a hat, just goes, oh whoops, now the materia in it again. But they're like ghost materia that you can't actually take out of it. Like, it's like some sort of imprint on the item, a little bit like a glamour plate. They could do something like that. But it will also make this weird situation where basically the way materia would work is that you shove all your materia into the item, and when you're good and they're finished, you take a picture of it, and then you take all the materia out again and sell them. The ones that survive, of course. And that would be a little bit weird, but that would be a way you could solve the problem. I don't quite understand what significance that has, Perrin. Oh no, the idea wasn't meld materia to the glamour plate. The idea was meld materia to your gear set, which is weirder. That is true, it gets a little weird. That could also be a way to do it. Make it so that it is stuck in the item when it is in like an imprint like that. But it does sound a little confusing. And I could imagine that they don't want mechanics like that if they're confusing. At least not anymore. I remember when I got into the game in Stormblood, if you tried to look up a guide on how glamour worked, you would see all the guides on the different kinds of glamour prisms. You needed a glamour prism of a specific rank or grade, and it had to be the same kind of glamour prism that matched your gear piece, which means, for example, if I wanted to glamour something to this head, I believe I would need, like, for example, a grade 8 goldsmith prism, specifically, made by a goldsmith. And it was so overwhelming when I looked that up that I was just like, I guess I'm just not using glamour. And I don't think I got into it until someone was like, oh, no, well, they made it so that you just need these now. You just need regular old glamour prisms. But it used to be way more convoluted, which I think scared a lot of people away from it. It would be more freeing. You would be able to do more. But it is weird that like genuinely this gear piece as being unique is very limiting for your ability to make gear sets. Someone says, I just noticed you're in Central Anosea. That was my first zone. I think my first ever death was by dying to Final Sting from a wasp there. Can they kill you with Final Sting? That is surprising. Anyway. I feel like we got through basically all of the clips that I had, except the ones where people didn't show. So I think what I'll do is I might just say, well, we have to like stockpile new clips now. Where are the wasps? Yes, I smacked it with Black Mage, so I didn't kill it. This is going to take a while. I should have done this with White Mage. 20 damage would have worked better. You're riveting gameplay, I know, right? Would Crafter be able to do this? Probably. Let me just walk away and try again with... Oh, it almost killed Malena. Wink. Now that works. How low do they have to go? Do I have to get it lower than this? It has to be the Killer Wisp. Well then that... That's also... Those are big boys. I don't know if it's just a timer. It could be a combination. Hit me with your best shot. Ow. Here it comes. What? Why? Wow. That's insane. 50,000 damage. Why? Like, it also says, I think it always does 80% of your max health, like in Palace of the Dead. Oh, that could be. That does make sense. It is quite crazy anyway. Philippe says, is the consensus that Circus Tower is better than World of Darkness? Real? Depends. Circus Tower is faster and easier. So if you're looking for a fast run, then Circus Tower's better. I think that's it, really. It's hard to say, Blitz. If it does 80% of max HP, then it isn't any dangerous. But it would explain why, if you're like legitimately low level, it might, you know, be able to build up some damage on you, and then take you with 80% damage. Like, if it can fight you on an even playing field, it could absolutely kill you. Right then. Whoops, I did not mean to do that. With that said, I think 1 hour of surprise tea time at the end of clip review, plus a lot of clip review, is what we're going to cut it off at. And that's it. If you enjoyed the wonderful company of the people in the chat, or me, remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join where you'll find most of the people in the chat. You'll also find me. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up throughout the week. Tomorrow we of course have more Mental Roulette. Thursday we have more Extreme Countdown, this time with Thornmarch. Facing Good King Mugglebark. Praise be his fluffiness. And you'll also find the announcement room where you'll see links to videos, streams, whenever I put them out. We actually also had like a bonus little stream highlight short yesterday that I tried to put together. Which wasn't in the schedule. That was just something extra I had. You can also find the you can also go into the role assignments room and grab the reminder role if you'd like to have a notification when I post a video or a stream or something extra or a schedule. And then you'll additionally get an extra one about 15 minutes before the stream starts. Is that the... And that is the stream, Blitzfox. It turns out that the countdown edited videos, there's not a lot of people that actually care about seeing them, and they take a lot of time for me to make, so I feel like we might just be doing the live stream ones. Looking forward. But I don't know for sure on that. But that is the live recording, you could say, of Extreme Countdown. I also liked the edited version. It's just that, basically, it takes me the same amount of time to make a mentor. Like, it actually takes a little longer, I could say. It takes a little less time, like in full, to make a mental roulette video, hypothetically. And not a lot of people actually watched the Extreme Countdown videos. So it's just, I also like them as summaries, and that's why I made them, but it's a lot. It's a lot to make. And at least the streams are still there. But I don't know for certain. Maybe I'll do it anyway at some point. We'll have to see. There's also Dawn Trail coming soon, and then we'll probably not finish on the Extreme Countdown when it really comes to it, because something else will get in the way. So we'll have to see when we get to that. With that said, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it also helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system. That of course tells the YouTube algorithm that you enjoyed this stream very much and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. So it of course helps me directly, so thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to support me even more directly, you can of course become a member, gift memberships, use the super chat system. If you don't want to use the YouTube stuff, you can also use the Ko-Fi link in the description. That all helps me directly. And yeah, technically, if we're going to be super specific, if I had a big enough income from memberships and things like that, then I wouldn't be sitting here going, nah, the Extreme Countdowns don't draw enough views. I would have just been like, well, you guys like them, so I'll make them. But it's just that, you know, we need to make it work. Am I joke to you? No, Emir, you're actually one of the biggest supporters of the channel. But yeah, I think that's everything from me. So with that said, good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world, and I hope to see you all very soon. Possibly Thursday. Bye-bye.